included on our...
Let's do that. Let's do that organically.
Okay.
All right, stream is live, guys. Once again, thank you very much for allowing us to go over the new rule sets. And like I said, we'll see where it goes, and then we'll tack on here and there when we can. So, that being said, last we left off, you guys have been traveling. You know, it's been quite a fucking crazy ass road between between hags turning into pigs. You know, coming across the territory, rescuing people, liberating a town, sorta, wandering locations that are treacherous and wild. You find yourself, for most of you, in a kind of new area, more on the western side of this southeastern quadrant of Rune. Make yourselves, you know, up to a town by the name of Bestow. Many of which knowledge is there of this town. That knowledge being the fact that you know, it is a port town. It is a town that specializes in trade, primarily fish, and the production of dried fish, jerkies, things of that nature. For those who haven't been a part of this town, as you enter this town, you've noticed a military kind of presence. Ideally, the Holy Empire, which you've kind of been not mingling with directly, but kind of intertwining. You know, the military does their thing while the civilians of this town is doing theirs as well. But the town itself looks healthy at the moment, for lack of a better term. You know, after kind of perusing around, having random conversations here and there, a little bit of the lore of the town has come out. This town has been, you know, you find, I'm sorry for the background noise, guys.
We can't hear it.
All right, cool. This town has been liberated recently. You hear stories of this individual by the name of Thorby, who apparently was this individual that, come to find out, was selling his inhabitants, the people that he was charged to protect, for protection. You know, every month or so he would trade over 4 or 5 young men, women, to sail away to an unknown or undisclosed location. However, a group of adventurers have liberated this town and, quite frankly, cut his fucking head off. Literally cut his head off, and since has transferred power. It is now very much run by kind of a council type of situation, a democracy voting situation, mixed in with a little bit of a military influence, as the Holy Empire has finally gained access to this town, and it seems to be growing their numbers, not only growing their numbers by local recruits, but they seem to be training. They seem to be importing soldiers. Soldiers that you see have been of the, what I call, clockwork variety, i.e. Warforged-like creatures that seem to patrol in sentry. As they pass by civilians in this town, they tend to scan with some sort of weird technology that's not under common knowledge right now. It's just this weird infrared kind of scanning process that seems to run something, or some sort of diagnostic, or whatever you want to call it from your perspectives. One that was really interesting to see coming off the ship was this 2-manned construct, a mech of sorts that has also entered town and made its way towards the Bastille, or this turned cathedral, which seems to now house the main military force of the Holy Empire here. Meeting an interesting man by the name of Edgar. You know, he's given you some guidance here and there. You guys have had dinner with him. He explains his take in all this and his feelings on the matter. He does come across as empathetic to your plight. You know, the fact that you have these refugees, he's welcomed them in with, you know, open arms, and if anything, it's just more gives more of the ability to rebuild this town, and he expresses his gratitude to that with sympathies on their recent losses of not only their town but many family members and whatnot. All that riffraff going on, we went into this montage scenario. This montage scenario led into a 5-day downtime, and everyone has practically wrote what they are looking for their downtime. So we are going to breeze through this downtime, but not overlook some interesting RP opportunities. So let's go ahead and tackle those one by one. I've written them all down. Please hold. Thermal. After doing your night of drinking and trying to get as many free drinks as possible, you know, your days turn into hours under your, I'm not going to call it alcoholic tendencies, but you know, you tend to be a hefty drinker. You know, you enjoy the fire water. So some of your hours blur together. And as you slosh your way through town, even still being a newcomer, and if not the only gray dwarf in this town, you're not met with the greatest of welcomings, especially amongst the dwarven portion of the community. They don't scowl at you, but you can tell they don't quite give you the gratitude or the likings that you feel common respect would give. In particular of the dwarven the dwarven population, which is like 15% ish. That being said, you find your way following your newly acquired friends as you notice that they are eager to build a structure, and you lend your time to that construction as Kane would be seen kind of directing and kind of trying to find groups of laborers to assist with this. That's fine, Asher. Thank you. During the course of these 5 days of you helping, assisting, etc., you wind up running into Edgar. In this, you bring up your purpose, and can you just refresh how and why you've come to town for everyone else at the table?
I'm looking for ancient dwarven ruins up in the mountain, and to help my people out who are under attack right now.
Absolutely. And as you ask Edgar for some sort of knowledge, he seems to be the wise man in these parts, at least to your knowledge, and he grants you, once again, he's the owner of many books from many portions of the world, and he grants you a book. Can you even read?
Yeah.
You can read in common?
Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure I can. Yep, common, dwarvish,
Perfect.
giant.
Perfect. You are able to read the book. Give me an intelligence roll, please, with your proficiency, if you have any. And let me know what you roll, please.
So it's going to be a straight intelligence. Let me get this, sorry. My sheet is not cooperating with me. 16.
With the 16, this book, over the course of the 5 days, it's not very lengthy for what you're looking for. Maybe a chapter or two dedicated to the Whitestone Mountains and an ancient civilization of dwarves that precedes the Grey Dwarf, that precedes the common dwarves that are found in the overworld or in the mountains. And the biggest bullet point that you gather from this is that apparently this city, which for some reason can't seem to be named right now, but has since been transcribed into the Crystal Peaks, was told that this location holds a treasure of unbelievable wonder that was protected by those people at all costs. It was very vague on the description. It was very simple, and it did not go into any kind of details or depth of what it was. Whether or not more lore shows up in the world or what have you, Edgar would educate you that he is unawares.
Okay.
As you continue to move back to assisting with the construction or renovations of this burnt out cabin, we will pause you there as we move on to Eustace. Eustace, you with us?
Yep.
Eustace, You make your way to Edgar. And you kind of passively chit-chat. Go ahead. Why don't you ask a question?
I think we did this already, but I guess I would ask a question. So about this scroll you gave me. Any insights to how I could end up reading it?
Oh, my dear boy, I told you yesterday. This is a lesson and a journey you must make on your own. This is dark. Not dark, excuse me, not dark. Huh, I'm getting senile at my old age. This is a particular type of magic that would only reveal itself to the individual who seeks it with its heart and not its desires to use it for anything outside of proper usage. You must figure this out. Have you looked at it? Have you tried to see truly what's on the page?
I glanced at it the night before, but I think tonight I'm going to have to take a good hard look at it.
Sometimes to see, you need but light. Perhaps maybe a nice nighttime read might be what you're looking for.
Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind. Anyway, have a great day.
And remember, when you learn and as your journey grows, you may come across some ancient magic. Maybe we'll leave that for another conversation. One that can harness the power of the stars.
Well, wouldn't that be something?
Oh, it would. It's been my life's goal to achieve. As you continue or finish passively discussing things, you kind of shoot the shit about the old school. This magic he was talking about harnessing power of the stars, which clearly is a vague description, but it kind of gives you some pause and some thoughts. And as you hold this blank parchment in your hand with the occasional little red glitters here and there that seem to scroll across the page, you roll it up and head on to the rest of your days. You try to bring your compass to... I always forget this fucking kid's name, I'm sorry. To Jeremy. And as you ask him to see if he can repair this little broken compass of yours, he pulls it in his hand and kind of looks around and he says, I'm not really good at this kind of thing, the straight metals and some bends and turns, but this is intricate. But I'm no idiot, I'm no idiot. Look, it's like missing some pieces there at the bottom. You look, you see it? Do you have the pieces?
No, I don't. Can you make them?
Oh, jeez, these are tiny. I got this is my hammer. Look how big it is. I don't know if I can. I mean, I could try if you want me to. I could try. I'm not gonna make any promises I can't keep, though. Sorry. But have you tried maybe some sort of jeweler or a tinkerer of some sort?
Oh, do you know of any in this town?
Last one left on ship a couple days ago. He might be back. There's a random gnome that flies through from time to time, but I haven't seen him in about a month. I don't know. I don't know if I'm the man for the job. I mean, you might even magically be able to fix it. I'm not sure. But I guess you need the missing pieces.
Well, I'll just hold on to it, and we'll see if anybody else in this town can work on it.
Fantastic. I will say this. It looks odd to me. I mean, I've seen the compass come. The sailors and shippers and whatnot. They come in. I've seen them. I've been on a boat. I used to, help carry the stuff off and stuff. But I've seen them. This one looks different than the other ones. So I hope you fix it. I'm curious. I would like to see.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
All right, and you make your way, I assume, to help build, because you said something about using cantrips to help building the foundations and stuff.
Yeah, I can dig some holes if they're required.
Okay, fantastic. So let's say passively you spend a day or two out there to assist Kane and Thermal currently. As we move on,
I would also assist with the hiring and payment of people
okay,
if when we
that's
get to that.
perfectly fine. Anyhow,
Yeah.
over the course of your couple of days, you make your way over to the cathedral or the Bastille, which seems to be a militaristic kind of central hub in Bastow. It's your standard boot campy kind of a feel, you know, as they train soldiers, they line up, they have their cadences, they practice their sword plays, their fighting, and there definitely is very much a ranking structure. Sergeants, colonels, lieutenants, whatever the fuck, right? They all generally wear their blue garb, which they signify that by their silvery exterior armors, whether it be plates or half plates or padded. You know, they tend to have this silvery kind of motif to it, with some intricacies. But the one thing they all share in common, outside of an emblem that signifies rank, they have these tabards. These tabards, kind of, like a towel where you cut in the middle and you put your head through it. Yeah, exactly. So, and it's kind of held together at the waist with like a sash or a leather strap. But the blue insignia of the Holy Empire is very much there. You walk into the cathedral, and not only do you see this massive statue of Helm raising his hand to almost the ceiling of the cathedral, this massive, massive statue. There are doors behind the statue, and what looks to be a couple of holy men at the base of this statue. And as you approach these holy men, go.
I would like to offer my services as a cleric.
What services would this be? I mean, we're always looking for help, and we're gracious by all means. What exactly can you offer us?
I can mend, as well as I know a plethora of healing spells.
Oh, that's...
I'm even proficient in revivification.
Oh my, we sure could have used you last week. Unfortunately, we had to cremate those poor souls. But yeah, sure. Are you looking for like a compensation package, or because I mean, we're still very much in the process of rebuilding. I don't know if we can offer coin, but maybe come to an agreement. Are you here on a permanent basis? Like, are you looking to become a recruit, or are you just passing through?
Passing through at the moment.
Oh dear.
I'm more. I guess we could try to haggle over what we could do for my services if coin isn't available. Unfortunately, I can't do it for free.
Okay. Yeah. So, all right. So kind of a mercenary work. We do have mercenaries here. And at this point in time, we've been sending out patrols, and there's been many injuries reported as of late. In particular, here, come look at this one. And as this individual saying, "Come look at this one," this holy man, priest-like individual, kind of notices your eyes. When he looks into your eyes, what does he see?
He sees his own reflection, kind of cloudy because it's not like a perfectly polished metal, but he can see his shape and stuff in it.
Absolutely. Come here. He doesn't focus on your eyes. He knows and acknowledges it, but is more focused on this. We were just trying to figure out what's happening here.
I'll investigate it.
Go ahead and investigate. Roll.
Would it be medicine or investigation?
Let's do investigation first.
And it's an 8.
What you would see are puncture wounds. 2 right here.
Okay.
Two right here. And 2 right here. There seems to be this gray and purpley kind of vein-like situation. Think for lack of a better metaphor. Remember Tony Stark with that poison from
Yeah,
Iron Man Part
yep.
2? Sort of something like that. That seems to
Okay.
emanate from these holes.
I believe I have access to. I don't. Do I know? I don't know if it's poison or if it's like a curse or anything like that.
You're welcome to convince me of a roll to tell you some information.
Well, how about this? What if I did a medicine check and determine whether or not it's a magical thing, or if I can rule out whether or not it's a physical injury or a magical injury? If you understand what I'm saying. Like, if I can identify it as a medicine check, then I should be able to determine that this is like a straightforward injury that I know how to deal with versus
I see what
something
you're saying.
magical, which I don't know how to deal with.
Something that's okay. Use a medicine check to not only identify if it's a natural wound, but if it looks off to you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll let you go with that. You convinced me.
Okay. Bam.
Oh yeah.
21.
These wounds were made by something physical. However, these lines that emanate from these holes that do seem to travel very, 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 very slowly does look a bit off to you from a medical standpoint.
Protection from poison does not. It does neutralize the poison. So I can try multiple different things to try to fix this.
Sure.
I'm gonna start with a lesser restoration.
Okay, link it.
Oh shit. Oh my god, I hate this fucking thing.
And let me know what you link.
How do I link it from the compendium? Compendium.
Just read it to me. Make it easier for you.
Okay. You touch a creature and can end either one disease or one condition afflicting it. The condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
Okay. The condition could be either blind or what? I'm sorry.
Blind, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
Okay. And is that a ritual?
It is instantaneous.
What I mean is it a spell slot or are you?
It is a spell slot.
Sure. As you cast it, what does it look like when you do it? Just to give you your flavor action.
It's gonna kind of look like that silvery light kind of thing, but it's gonna behave more like kind of like Quicksilver, like mercury.
Gotcha.
Kind of wash over and kind of purify as it goes over. Or like in the case of this, like those if it does work, those like the black veins would like recede back towards the wound, and then the wound would start to close if it works.
Gotcha. And as you do this, you do discover that it's not a poison, nor any of those conditions. But this individual does seem to be like very lethargic.
Okay, I can also do a dispel magic. Like basically, I'm troubleshooting here. That's what I'm doing.
Absolutely.
Doing different things to see what works and what doesn't. So we can do dispel magic, and then after that, I'm gonna follow up like with remove curse, stuff like that.
I'll tell you what. Just do your first one that you said. If that burns a slot, burn it. It has no effect. But as you move on to remove curse, you would see, and once again, I'm assuming it's a similar visual aesthetic.
Yeah.
The remove curse, you start noticing these patterning ceases to move, and slowly, just as much as it crept in there, begins to recede. It actually turns from like a purpley black to like a silvery kind of a look, and it starts to recede back towards the wound itself. Oh my God, Helm, grace us with your amazing skill. What did you just do?
It was a curse of some kind. I don't know what it was, but it should be gone from him now.
Water! Fetch water! As he shouts through the cathedral and it echoes, you start seeing some individuals grabbing a ladle full of water, filling it in a small goblet, and begin to kind of tilt head up. As the water goes into this individual's mouth, he kind of coughs a little bit, and a little bit of spittle comes up. Where am I? Oh my God. What happened? And you hear the soldiers kind of bantering amongst themselves. Many of these soldiers, roll me a performance check.
3.
Some of these individuals that are in the immediate area acknowledge what just happened. The priest himself seems to be, wow, you're the real deal. Just wait here. I'll be right back. This priest exits and heads into the room to the left, also known as the Emporium. After about 5 minutes, and the soldier has since been lifted up and kind of arm-rested away to some sort of neutral area, this priest comes back. I've worked it out with wine. Your services, you've proven your ability. We welcome you to stay. Is there a way I can convince you to stay on a permanent basis?
Currently, I'm part of a group, and we are trying to restore a house on the edge of town. We will be coming back, but currently we're not planning to stay permanently. But I'd like to help while I can, and when I'm here, I'm more than happy to lend my services.
Well, while you're here, we will do whatever we can to keep you. You are something we've needed for quite some time. Have you considered pledging an allegiance to the Holy Empire? We could use a individual with your talents.
I have some unfinished business I'd need to take care of first. But
Is there anything we can do?
I just have other, more pressing matters at the moment. But
Helm
currently I
provides.
can help.
Helm provides, and I must acknowledge and accept, even if it is for a short while, the good you can do. It's all in the great plan. Well, while you're stay, we're willing to compensate you. Unfortunately, we don't have spare coin, but I've talked to Wine, who's the runner of our wares, and he's willing to pay you in collateral with whatever he has to offer. The stock is always changing based on whatever gets brought back or trade and ships that come in, but please, and if there's anything that changes your mind, please, let us know. We would be forever grateful. Look at me. I'm so excited. I would just hate to lose you out in the field when you could just do so much good here.
I don't plan on going anywhere.
As you lend your stuffs for the next couple of days, you also find yourself trying to flappity, making your way to the roof of the cathedral, and attempting to practice your flying capabilities, or at least harness them and more efficiently. This either works or doesn't based on you. I need you to roll me a D100, and I need you to roll over 80.
Okay. Ooh.
Unfortunately, as you are new to these wings, at least in the manner that you're looking to get out of them, you don't find yourself in a position to exceed your already existing expectations. However, over the course of your days, you make approximately 246 gold in collateral purchasing power at Wine's Emporium. So you're welcome to go through that list that I linked you.
Okay. Yeah.
Up to 246 gold, you are welcome to purchase from that store.
Gotcha. Okay, I will have to think about that.
Yep, take your time, and
Okay.
that's why, yeah, so you're good.
You said 240?
246. That was based on the rolls that you gave me like an hour ago.
Okay. Got
Alright.
it.
Grog.
Yep.
Hey, buddy. Your days are one of humbleness, servitude, and the desire to make bad things better. As you work your way in and out of the homeless district, which is closer to the water, just off the docks, in the lowest end of town, an alleyway in particular that seems to house the most of these sea urchins that you have fed already once or twice, but you continue this service and you continue to preach. You continue to educate. I had you roll a religion check already, and I also had you roll a couple of the dice. Out of the 19 homeless men in this alleyway, you seem to catch the ear of roughly 17 of them. And they are kind of a hodgepodge of races as well as ages, between men, women, elves, dwarves, whatever. 17 of them seem to listen, at least every time you quote your scripture or whatever you quote your what your God has commanded or worded. They at least seem to listen. Whether or not you convert them is a different question. During the course of these days, you also attempt to tell them about the opportunities that they have as long as they look for it. One opportunity in particular is the assistance of paid labor. And with the help of Cain, as he passes through this district as well, with Eustace as well, trying to go around the town, and we'll get to Cain's perspective in a minute, trying to acquire that help. In this as well, you feel the need to include muffins on your journeys and speaking and preaching as you use this owl bear as a high horse, metaphorically speaking, to quote your scripture and educate. I had you roll your animal handling. As long as you are within 15 feet of muffins, and you can write this on your character sheet, or Muffin's character sheet, as long as you are within 15 feet of Muffins, you give Muffins a command word. And Muffins will not eat people. Willingly. Let's add the willingly part. So, whatever that command word is, that's on you. Muffins will no longer eat people as long as you're within 15 feet and you're able to audibly speak and it hear the command word to not randomly eat people.
Oh my god.
You just cast silence on top of muffins?
So, which makes Muffins relatively friendly in the streets, and let's be real, Muffins is cute. Seems to be getting the favor of many of the youngsters, and word will travel.
No.
Let's go!
And that was based on, I think you rolled an 18 for your animal handling. And this is over the course of days. So, that takes care of you.
Am I the only one that sees this ending badly?
How much do I spend feeding the homeless, by the way? Because I would actively spend money to feed them.
Let's just say, let's just
platinum?
go with 2 silver a day on meals per person, and there's 19 homeless around you in the immediate area. That's not including ones that you haven't met or seen yet.
So wait, you have to give Muffins the command word to not eat people, right?
Yes.
So in the event that he's 15 feet and Muffins is like, "Oh, fucking food," he goes, "Sit!" and Muffins like, "Oh."
So wait, does that mean if we get further than if him and Muffins get separated while we're in combat, and he's further than 15 feet away from Muffins, will Muffins randomly start attacking party members?
We'll find out. But I appreciate the idea.
Fuck.
Asher!
Well, it's a valid question with what he said. He has to be within 15 feet of him and give him a command word to not eat people. In combat, there's a very good chance we're going to be separated. We need to know this type of shit.
Oh god.
Well, we'll see how that goes. I'm excited to see what strategies come out of that. So Grog, also, like I said, during the course of these days, you're trying to show these people how to fend for themselves in the context of earning a wage, as you heavily try to push them to help build you a house.
It's all for their greater good and so that they can gain the knowledge of a profession that'll earn them money.
So we have one person starting a cult, and Caleb's on his second cult.
I would never start a cult.
Sir, you're a warlock. Their whole thing is starting cults. Caleb's on his second cult with his second character.
Cheese left over.
I got plenty of food. You're just angry because nobody likes you and everybody loves me.
Take a plate.
I mean, you're just the one with a god complex.
Awesome.
Notice me, Senpai! Notice me!
Oh, don't worry. Asher notices Grog.
Actually, let me just make one quick...
And that bromance is gonna happen.
No, it's not. Asher fucking hates him.
What he said.
But hate will turn to love, and then one day y'all
This
be
isn't
working in the
elementary
field.
school.
And
This isn't elementary school with a
I
boy
don't
picking
care
on a
what kind
girl.
of gay fanfic you have between
Grog is gonna
Grog,
press
no,
his
it's not
hand up
happening.
against Asher's hard chest and go, Asher, I just can't quit you.
Oh wait, I don't have my voice mod on.
Kane.
Asher Senpai, notice me.
Awesome.
I can't breathe.
All right. So, as that happens, so we did Grog. Grog, you're good for your couple of days. Over the course of your days, you actually go into the inn and offer your services to clean up the place. You're not... They don't... It's not they don't allow you to clean. They don't have the ability to pay you. Which you're cool with. As you are basically a housemaid for a day. You go upstairs, you know, and you're in and out of rooms, ones that aren't occupied, you know, fluff a couple of fucking pillows, clean off the spilled beer, you know, and doing your thing, which takes a good couple hours to do so. And the owner of this bar, the Mary Fox, I believe we called it, you know, is grateful. As you're in room number 7, tell me what happens. I think you know what I'm talking about. Am I being, or do I need to be more specific?
I need to double check.
Can I pull a Rune and leave a massive shit in one of the rooms that Grog's trying to clean?
You're next. We'll find out.
I'm just kidding.
So, while Grognar's going through the room, he'll use prestidigitation, he'll clean everything nicely, and he'll pull out a book, he'll flip through a few pages, then he'll, as if forgetting the time, quickly set it down and quickly clean up the place, and slide a drawer closed, and almost completely forget about the book as he's rushing to finish cleaning.
And you leave your book in the room as you close the door. Awesome. You leave, head off to do more of God's work. And as that's going on, we turn the camera to Asher.
Do we have to?
We turn the camera to Asher, who's doing Asher things. All right, moving on. No, I'm just kidding.
Fuck it.
Asher, let's start off with you fucking around with Jaeger. As you take Jaeger out on these hunting expeditions, you don't travel too far away from town. You kind of stay generally local with Jaeger in hand. I didn't have a chance to have you roll earlier. So why don't you roll me an animal handling check, please? As you
Could I
spend
give myself
days...
guidance while I'm doing this? Because it's just a cantrip.
Sure.
Cool. Thanks, Dungeon Daddy. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, God.
22.
Wow. Yes. So,
25.
over the course of the given days that you spend with Jaeger, I'm a couple hours each day hunting. You're bringing back rabbits, small game, the occasional fawn that might be kind of just frolicking through the high grass. Once again, this is all high grassy areas with a whole border of trees, woods, and on the other side is fucking ocean. So a lot of small game, raccoon perhaps in that regard. Over the course of those days, you teach Jaeger a trick. This trick, which I've rolled for already proactively, Jaeger in his current age bracket, because he's not a big kitty yet. It's a big kitty for a kitten, but it's still going to be considered a kitten for the time being. Jaeger learns the pounce ability at half the DC of what Jaeger would be when he's older. When Jaeger is older, it would be a 13. For now, as a kitty, it's only a DC of 6. So with the pounce ability, you're welcome to add that somewhere in the character sheet.
Let me get it pulled up real quick.
That's fine. It's basically that they move 20 feet, they could do a pounce and blah, 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 knock them down with a DC check of 6. It's a shitty DC because it's a shitty kitty. But there's definitely growth in time, provided Jaeger survives. This can increase as time goes on. Preferably when it comes to weight class, it'll probably increase. Nevertheless,
you said he moved. What was it? Or can you just message me with that so I can type it in without having to repeat it? So I can add it to his character sheet later.
No, I got you. I actually have it on speed dial. All
right, cool.
I am proud of myself for what I said earlier.
I just DM'd you all the stuff I picked up.
Thank you, sir. I don't know if you could read it in chat, Asher.
I can. I'm copying and pasting it over and adjusting the DC.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. And once again, that can and potentially will increase as time progresses. Just spot check me from time to time. I have every month of in-game time. Just be like, hey, does it change? And I'll be like, yes or no, depending on the circumstance.
Okay.
All right, cool. So, as that continues, on your... Oops.
Sorry, did you say the DC would be a 6 or a 7?
6 for now. I'm rounding down in this case here because it's a simple little kitty.
I don't plan on using him for attacking much.
Agreed, and that's why I figured it's in conjunction, and it's a freshly learned... What was that? It's a new ability. All right, cool. So, as you make your way back into town, right before the front gates, you would see Zine. Sitting on the dirty kind of road, but on the offshoot here. She's sitting crisscross applesauce, Indian style, whatever word you grew up with. Who's kind of just flicking her hand over, flowers grow, and she picks one, and she just kind of twirls it. She actually spins it, and it goes, kind of takes off like a little helicopter, and kind of flutters into the distance. Oh, hey, Asher.
Hi. We should talk about everything.
It seems to be all I do these days is talk. I mean, sure. Sit down.
All right, I'll sit down near her.
Oh wow, Ash, yeah, Jaeger's getting bigger by the day. What are you feeding this thing?
Well, currently he really likes squirrels. That's his favorite. It's his favorite treat.
As she kind of pets the cat, the cat's assholes extends out. The tail goes straight up as cats do.
What's up with you and cat asses, man?
You never had cat butt gum before?
Are you secretly a furry?
Nah, not yet.
His persona is a cat.
But the cat's tail goes up and, does that whole purr thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna miss you, Jaeger.
We'll be back.
Yeah.
We're making some plans.
I hear you, Kane, and the group they seem to working on that cabin that we passed by.
Yeah, they want to turn it into like a homestead.
Sounds lovely.
So I know I wanted to try and I wanted to apologize too. I should have mentioned the pregnancy thing sooner. I really did think you already knew.
I just
you
I'm
were
not. It's I get it, and I don't. I was mad. Okay, I'm sorry.
understandably so. No, you don't have to apologize. I understand. I am kind of a dumbass sometimes. And I really did think you knew and just didn't want to talk about it.
So you don't say, huh? Give me a straight charisma roll with your proficiency. Which I know
I have a -1. Yep. Why can't it ever be something? Damn it. That's a 0.
Does she find this awkwardness endearing?
I have a DM inspiration. Can I use that?
If you wish.
Fuck it. That was a 9. That's a little better.
Asher, you're funny. You're funny. And she kind of chuckles and does that whole, like, turning her head to the side thing.
Gotta have some type of redeeming qualities.
Asher's going to be the stepfather.
Asher, I hear...
Shirt is made out of stepdad material.
She looks down and begins to kind of just put her left hand on where her belly button would be. I just can't believe that there's a life that I don't even know. Like, what do I name it? What do I do?
You do the best you can.
I don't even remember my mom. What am I supposed to do?
Well, I can tell you what my mom would do. How she handled me and my younger siblings, and just be there for them. You're their safe harbor.
I'm scared, Asher. I mean, granted, I didn't want this life in me, but now that it's there, I feel protective of it. What am I supposed to do? I need to help my people, but I don't want to put her or him in harm's way.
Well, me and my group have been talking. We're going to talk about what we're going to do next, and one of our options is to speak with the garrison that's here, because y'all used to harvest ironwood, correct? That used to grow around Beaton, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I know exactly. It's right across the river, those shallow steps of the mountains.
The military here from the Empire is trying to establish their dominance and their strength again. And I was old enough to be a young kid whenever the Empire was in power, and I remember how safe things were when they were in power. But the soldiers here mentioned wanting ironwood. So one of the things we're going to try and do is talk to them to see with their new desire to reestablish their strength, and with their new weapons and soldiers machine things that they have, we're going to see if they could lend some aid, and we're going to try and go back to Beaton, I think.
Well, I mean, that sounds great, but you don't understand. There's a reason why it's called ironwood.
Mm-hmm.
There's no ordinary metal that's going to be able to even chip the bark on these things.
Yes.
Hunters harvested with a very special material.
Exactly, and that's why we're going to speak with them about retaking Beaton and getting your people back there to possibly help them start harvesting that under safe environments again, and giving you guys your town back and work back and prosperity again.
I mean, that sounds great. Isn't it dangerous to make a promise to
Well,
hold
that's
the
what
empire and not possibly be able to follow through?
well, that's why we're going to have them come with us. We're not going to promise them that we'll do it ourselves. We're going to see if they will go with us. We're not going to give this to them. They're going to have to pay for it in blood and sweat, just like everybody else.
I mean, that sounds marvelous. I mean, that sounds like the step one to helping my people, but what makes you think they're going to go on the word versus seeing some sort of proof that it even exists?
That's why they can send out a scouting party with us. Your people can tell them about it. They know there's ironwood around here, and they have a desire for it, and they are trying to project their strength now again. And anything that's trying to project their strength, they would go forward and take the initiative.
Well,
He's right. If they don't do that, then they're just going to make themselves look weak.
Well, for the sanctity of my people and what you're trying to accomplish, I hope it works out that way. It just seems like a big risk, but if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know, okay?
Just if we might need you to talk to them, but I'll let you know. And it's a big risk, but I mean, there's all kinds of risks around here. Hopefully, this can reestablish some safety, though, with the Empire getting back together.
She pauses mid-sentence and kind of goes, "Oh." Her eyes kind of squint down a little bit, and she leans over just a tad.
You okay?
I don't know, maybe indigestion or something. Anywho, I think I'm gonna go lie down.
Okay, I'm glad we could talk. I'm sorry.
She begins to stand up and kind of pushes off the ground. And she bends over one more time to pluck another flower. Here, for luck.
I smile and I take it. Thank you.
I'll see you around. See you around, silly boy.
He just kind of smiles and nods his head and then heads off to Igor's place. That is his name, right? Igor? Edgar? The old man? Edgar. Yeah, I put Igor because I'm a dumbass.
As you make your way towards Edgar's residence, he's actually seen closing his little cool fucking fancy-ass door. And as he turns around, you're right in front of him. Oh, Asher!
Hello, Master Edgar.
Yes, please, forgive me. I'm on my way to a meeting. What is it I can help you with? The abridged version, please.
Yes, whenever you're not busy, I was wanting to see if you had a map of the Whitestone Mountains or something with information about it. I can come back when you're not busy. That's all I was coming to ask for.
That's fine. I have plenty of resources. I can't guarantee a specific map for the Whitestone area, but definitely at least of the region.
Okay. When could I come back? Whenever you have the time. Like I said, I don't want to inconvenience you.
Just past supper time. My wife will have a whole meal planned out, and I'll proactively look at. But forgive me, I have a meeting with the Holy Empire. We're going to discuss some more plans to get some troops here from protection. As you've heard, we've been having scouting parties either show up missing or come back hurt. These weird holes.
I haven't heard about that, but that is good information to have. Edgar, can I trouble you for one more thing? And
sure.
I'm sorry.
Hurry, I have to go.
Could you put in a word that we would like to meet with the leaders of the Empire that are here? We have a proposition for them.
Oh boy.
It's about some ironwood material that they were wanting. We know where there is some at.
Oh, I could bring it up, absolutely, but...
Thank you. That's all that I ask.
That's fair, but they usually don't speak with civilian. Let me see what I can do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Just putting the foot in the door.
Thank you. And as we pause you... Damn it. Sorry, I had something special for you guys planned, which is why I was waiting for Kane to go last. Unfortunately, our special cameo is not going to make it today. Nevertheless.
That Damn
to
it.
tell Steve he's a bitch.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had planned to have Steve pop in and whatnot. But nevertheless, Kane,
Yes.
as you passively walk through town over the course of these days, you're making your way, weaving in and out of these areas where you see Grognar either preaching his gospel or feeding the homeless or cleaning and just trying to make things better, even if it is on a small scale. You would team up with him periodically to, coax these people. In fact, Eustace also joins at some point as you start talking about these opportunities. What exactly do you tell these people?
Pay a good wage for a good hard day's work. If you come work for me, I can guarantee you some sort of wage when you're done.
What
So long as you're willing to work for it.
what wage? Gruffy, gangly kind of, like a smoker for years kind of voice. What wage are you talking about? Work? What kind of work? We don't do fish.
We're working on a house on the outskirts of town, trying to get it. It's been burnt out. We're gonna tear out the bad wood, try and keep what's there, and rebuild on the foundation.
This individual stands up and kind of scratches his armpit, which is just gooked, and kind of a very disgusting kind of manners here. So you're looking for muscle?
Yeah. And those willing to work.
All right. How long? Is it good? Is it ongoing?
Till the project's complete.
Okay. How many are you looking for? Sign me up. How much?
2 gold a day.
2 gold a day. Are you playing?
No.
Persuasion check.
Advantage?
You were there, so you could absolutely assist. What are you saying?
I can also chip in and add on top of what he's paying, an extra gold per day.
It's a substantial amount of gold for labor all the way.
Hold on. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what I just heard. So
yeah, change those numbers.
We're up to 3 gold a day per employee. And based on, I don't know if you guys seen or read what I wrote earlier in regards to what it's going to take to get this house renovated. I had put
30 gold. It's 30 gold for a day for 10 people.
Correct, for over the course of a 14
10 days. It's basically going to be 10 days. For you'd say 10 golds, 10 day 3 gold, 30 gold for 10 days. It's going to be 300 gold.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
If that's what you're offering.
Grognar would hand Kate 20
in
platinum.
material.
Yeah, and then whatever the material, I believe I put the number there. So,
but Edgar said he'd be assisting us with the material.
Okay. Tell you what, Edgar did say that, didn't he?
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, let me. We'll just do it this way.
Add 20 platinum to your sheet, Kane, as Grognar would hand you his.
Hey, Frog.
Ouch. What's up?
I was also seeing if I could help with the materials, but offering services to the blacksmith to maybe get some like nails and other metal finishes.
Roll me a d12, and we're gonna add it to that d100 roll.
I'm trying to keep count of all of the costs for everything in the campfire chat.
So we're up to 6 for my d100 roll. Who else has any ideas to assist with the material? We're pausing what's going on, obviously, story-wise. Who else?
I mean, we'd obviously used any usable material that we could reclaim from the current structure.
Okay, that is a fair assessment. Why don't Kane, since you thought of that idea, roll me a d20. This is a flat roll. 7. So we're up to 6. That's 13?
Yeah.
All right, we're up to 13. Anybody else have any ideas on material? Go ahead, Nancy.
Later, after the 5-day period, me and Muffins go logging with a few people.
Logging is a substantial journey. This is all grasslands. There's trees around, but it's like few, very thin, and most of which have already been harvested. So if you're going to go logging, you're going to have to travel back into the wilderness, which would take at least a day or two.
Yeah, it's not something we could do right now.
Theoretically, I could create food and water for the people working. Free food, free water.
Roll me a d8.
I could help with that because I can cast Create Water.
Roll me a d8 as well.
D8. Bam. 7 from me.
7 from me as well.
All right, so what do we got? We got 6, 7, 7, 7. So that's a 14 and a 14 minus 1. You're looking at 27. Yes? Someone keep me honest?
Yeah, 27.
Beautiful. Anybody else have any ideas on what you're going to spend time on to try to reduce?
Eustace is going to dig out the bat cave with his cantrip.
Pause there. I like where you're going. I'm going to use that. That's going to happen. But pause there. Believe me, it's going to lead someplace cool.
Plus, I think Grognar and Eustace could probably use mending to repair at least some of the structure.
Give me a d6 roll. Actually, from Eustace, since it's his cantrip.
I had an idea as well.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Let Eustace roll his d6 real quick.
Yeah, no, you're good.
So
A 1.
So that's 28. All right, and what was yours, Ash?
While I'm out hunting and stuff with Jaeger, I could be trying to collect stuff to use, like pelts and stuff to use as barter for materials that we might need, and exchanging goods for others stuff for like smaller stuff. I know I probably can't barter for like lumber, but I'm sure I could barter for like nails and ropes and stuff that we might other need.
It's a valid idea. You're probably going to need those materials to work with. So why don't we start off with a survival check to see your proficiency with gathering pelts, because you are a successful hunter. I'm not going to have you roll for hunting.
14.
With a 14, let's just do it. Let's go a d8 down per each 5. So why don't you roll me a d6? 4. I'm going to add 4 to that number, representing how many pelts you're able to trade in that are worth the quality of trade, and to reduce the number. So 28 on top of that, on the plus 4 is a 32. That sounds like we've exhausted what we can do within those days. So that number for the material cost, Edgar was able to assist you by reducing the cost by 32% of the number I've given you. So whatever that math is will be your new math.
Would you say it was? You went robotic for me. How much did Edgar reduce it down by?
32% off of the number I gave you earlier.
All right, I'm doing the math real
so
quick.
the material cost
was 350, and I'm doing the math real quick.
You can cast mending too. Would that help at all?
I'll give you another d6.
All right. Tell me what the total number is after you roll your d6.
38, right? 38? Well, because 32 plus 6, 38.
Yes.
All right, so now the new number is 38% off. All good ideas, all valid, and I can't say no to them because it's logical for where we are.
217
gold.
Okay, so your final cost, 30 gold, and you're going for full renovations, right?
Yeah.
30 gold is what you're offering. With 30 gold, you don't even need to fucking do a persuasion check. These motherfuckers are happy. And you absolutely feed them, you water them, and they are thrilled to work on your house for how many days did I say? 10?
14 actually.
14 days, sorry. So for 14 days, so someone do some math. So 14 days times 30 gold, which is a crew of 10 each. So crew of 10.
420.
Days, and then add the
I'm pretty sure.
Add the material on top of that.
We're looking at 637 gold for labor and materials.
Okay. So, so here's what we're going to do.
I wanted to add in one thing for that, what we should do. Because I have a feeling if we pay these guys all of the money up front, some of them aren't going to show up for work.
Oh, no. They at the end of the day, they receive their payment that day.
What I was going to say then, since we're not going to be here, for this whole time that we're working, talk to Edgar to see if he will hand out their payments at the end of the day.
Sure, that sounds
Yeah.
perfectly fine. If anything, it
Yeah.
stimulates his economy. He's more than willing to do
Yeah.
that.
So that way we know they're actually working instead of just giving them all money. I mean, we've all known the people that they would take the money and not show up. I'm sure that still happens in D&D.
Absolutely. No, that's fine. These guys are homeless and they're getting 3 gold a day. That is a wage that's, dude, they're making more money than some mercenaries right now. So they're absolutely happy with it, and they will
As
show
a
up to work.
previous mercenary, he knows.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's what we're gonna do. Somebody type the math in the loot table chat. We'll move into our Act 2 since oh fuck no, we can't go into Act 2 yet because we still have to do Kane's wrap up here. So somebody just put the total cost down. We'll do the math and how the goals distribute amongst all you guys on our break time, which is coming up in about 10 minutes. But I do want to finish Kane's arc here. So as that's happening, Kane, the first thing you would notice is a couple of purple tabard individuals. Purple tabard individuals, which seems to have this insignia embroidered onto it in white that looks like a star, like a starlight that just seems to radiate across the tabard itself.
Mm-hmm.
As they walk past, they see you, Kane, primarily kind of directing this orchestra of slaves, or workers, excuse me. This orchestra of workers, you know, you got your other teammates here and there, but you seem to be the main mouthpiece for this, even if it is only, you know, one-eyed and one-eared. Nevertheless, you hear a muffled, "Yes, sir."
And Kane will look around and be like,
As you turn your good ear, you hear, "Excuse me, sir. Are you part of the Bestow civilians?"
I am. I helped lead them here.
Okay, cool. As a member of the Bestow civilians, I am willing. I want to speak to you. As per the newly reformed council of the new liberated trade city of Brecca, we are looking for paid servitude in the vein of guard, soldiership, and the possibility of rank, provided you pledge your loyalty to the newly formed liberated trade city of Brecca, to be paid for on a monthly salary, and to be honored to the day that you die.
Wait, what?
As he unscrolls it again. Do you newly formed? Do you really want me to read this again?
Give me the Cliff Notes version.
We are paying for soldiers to carry on a new lineage and tradition for the new liberated trade city of Brecca. Do you wish to seek fortune, glory, and purpose in your mortal life?
I just imagine Kate like patting himself, making sure the guy's talking to him.
Are you sure I'm the one you want to be talking to?
You did say that you were part of the civilians of Bestow, did you not?
I recently came to town with a group from Beaton. Oh, take out of character question. Have I already received the letter at this point?
No, we're getting there.
No, okay. I mean, I still have work I have to do in this region.
So you are not the person I should be speaking to. Thanks for wasting my time. Brecca's that way? Or not Brecca, excuse me. Bestow is that way, is it not? I'm assuming because it's all the ships there.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. And they begin to kind of walk away. It's like a group of 3, kind of, you know, once again.
Kane just has this, like, what the fuck look about him. I'm just like...
In the
That was weird.
distance, after a couple of minutes, in the distance, you'll see the doors, even though they're smaller to you. These people turn into ants as they, walk away.
Yeah.
The gate opens up, and you see them entering into town. Let's say that happens on, like, day 3 of your building. Your workers on day 4 come back, and over the course of them working, they start talking about, once this job is done, we could possibly have a wage over at Brecca. Apparently, they're recruiting soldiers and stuff, guardsmen. The job sounds easy enough. It's just getting there. It's going to be dangerous, but these emissaries we're talking some pretty big game here. Talking about some newly reformed council. I don't know, something about a golden palace. Apparently they pay well. Yeah, man, Brecca used to be like the shit back in the day. I've heard it was taken over recently, but something happened. I don't know. I heard some of the Holy Empire soldiers talking about it. No, what happened is a group of people came in, they killed someone, and they cleaned it out. Something about pests everywhere. I don't know, some rats and something. And they just tend to babble on and on in regards to this topic.
If it looks like they're it's affecting their work on this place, Kane will be like, "Hey, cut the chit chat. Get back to work."
Sorry, sir. See, always getting us into trouble.
It's a hard ass.
Another thing over the course of the day, because you have 10-hour work days here for your pay, you would also hear the counter argument how this notice is also sowing some discontent, and some people are not cool, and particularly the ones that are in favor of the Holy Empire, the ones that seem to lean in the direction of the Holy Empire. They look at this as a form of, if they leave, we become weaker kind of scenario. Nevertheless, as we move on, give me a perception check with disadvantage, Mr. One Eye. Oh,
15.
Wow. You kind of whip your hair back. It's hot out a little bit, and your necklace kind of whips up. And as your eyeball kind of goes over your shoulder, behind you stands a person I really wish was here in person, quite honestly. So I'm going to fuck this up.
So do I.
I'm going to fuck this up, but I'm going to try, guys. And I'll try to paraphrase. In Khajiit's voice,
somebody clip this in chat.
This cat-like humanoid kind of looks at a page, looks at you, looks at a page, looks at you. In Khajiit's voice, you Kane?
Are you the one that called Kane?
Yes.
Yeah, let Asher do this. He got this.
Yeah, Asher's got this. Come on, Asher.
Look,
you got it.
Played a lot of Skyrim.
You volunteered.
If it wasn't for my current position and what I stand for nowadays, I'd be turning this in. He kind of turns over your wanted poster.
Yeah.
Can you explain this?
Kane looks it over. And I was like, well, yeah, I can. I ran afoul of a hag a while back, and she had these put out. If you turn this in, you'd have to deal with her.
I think Khajiit would say something of, "Shit, I hate hags."
Shit, I hate the hags. Earless one is worthless.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Me?
Yes, you.
Okay.
Homeboy would definitely say earless one is worthless.
14.
I know, that's why I did earless one.
Apparently I roll like Khajiit too.
You would roll really well though, so...
Yes, it sounds like something a hag would do. I'm really bad at his voice.
No, that sounds odd.
That's like something a hag would do.
I mean, that from what I've seen, that's actually on point.
Well, do you happen to also go by the name Abel?
Kane just kind of leans back. How do you know that name?
I come as a favor to a friend. And I normally don't do this kind of thing. But here, as he pulls out of his pouch a letter, hands it over to you. This is the extent of my do-goodery. Ugh. If it wasn't for my friend, you wouldn't see this letter. Now I got stuff to do. I bid you adieu. I just learned that word. And he kind of turns around. His tail flicks as he begins to just walk off into the distance because dramatic exit.
Into the sunset.
Aang tries to move to dodge the tail
catwalk?
flick.
I'm sorry, Thalia or Annahel?
Is it a catwalk?
It is a catwalk.
On the catwalk. On the catwalk.
So, as you see the letter. It actually has it's a parchment letter, like your standard fantasy fucking envelope. It's got a crest wax seal on it, and it has that same star emblem that you saw yesterday on the purple tabards.
Aang breaks the seal and opens it up.
You pull out parchment. As you unfold it, you begin to read words with your monocle eye. What does it say?
Okay, hold on. Let me pull
I
that
have it
back
written
up.
down, but I figure since you're reading it, you may as well inner monologue it since it's your letter.
In my restless dreams, I see you, Abel. You promised me you'd take care of me, but fate had different plans. Well, I'm alone now, here in Brecca, waiting for you to come see me. And I await you, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've lied to you, something you never forgave me for. And in turn, you betrayed me. I wish I could change that, but I can't. Every night I stare up at the stars in the sky, and all I can think about is how it all ended up like this. But I want you to know this, Abel. I did love you back then. Even though our life together had ended the way it did, I still wouldn't trade that for the world. We had some wonderful years together. I have something that I need to tell you, and I can only tell you this in person. Please come to me. And it's just signed with an S.
I'm pregnant. It's your brother's.
As
Next week on Jerry Springer.
that's so weird. As you read this, you're holding the envelope in one hand and the parchment in the other. With your backdrop being the house is being built, you hear the sounds of hammering, be it at disadvantage, but you hear the sounds of hammering and whatnot. You're holding both pages in your hand. What exactly are you feeling right now?
Confusion, sadness, and trepidation. He isn't sure what to make of this, since no one from his past should know who he is now. But this letter can't be by chance. He sighs, folds up the paper, puts it in his pocket. How many hours have we what time of day is it? Like, how long have we been working on the house?
Let's say half a day work so far. So mid-work day on a 10-hour shift. So I don't know, 2 o'clock-ish.
Is anybody from his group here working with him, or is it just Kane?
Hypothetically, Asher would make an appearance here and there as he's doing his gig with the furs and whatnot. Anahel would show up with the mending, probably on the inside. Eusis is digging pit holes for posts and in the process of clearing out some sort of cellar with his ability to move earth. You have the Grey Dwarf, who's clearly shouldering shit like a fucking champ. Just, like I fucking pick things up and I put them down.
He's working on the roof without a ladder.
There you go.
Yeah.
You got Grognar, who periodically comes out on the bear, checking up on his people, making sure they're fed, things like that.
Is Grognar there right now?
Grognar, are you there right now?
Yes.
Grognar.
Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Make sure they keep working. I need to go talk to Asher.
Alright. Is something wrong?
I don't know, but I need to go discuss things with Asher.
Alright, I'll be here for when you come back.
Alright. Now I'll go find Asher.
With multi-class?
Before the Asher conversation happens, because everyone just had their 5-day,
Yeah.
we're going to say this is happening on the last day of our downtime, and that's where we're going to springboard into our Act 2 and back to normal time frame shit. So let's take our 10, let's just call it 15 after the hour since it's 03, give you 12 minutes, and then come back ready to do some cool shit because that conversation is going to happen. Make sure you guys at least discuss how you're rationing out the gold expenditures. By the way, you're rocking a Hellfire Club shirt, and I'm giving you a DM inspiration because of it. So absolutely. On top of that, we're also going to pick up with Eusis cutting out a cellar, which will springboard us into our next event. So, take it away. We're on break. Come back at 15 after the hour.
Copy.
So did
The stream can
multi-classing
still
into
hear
cleric
us, right?
also do what?
The stream can still hear us, right?
Yes.
Yep. What's our goal to do here? How are we gonna cut? Let's cut this up real quick.
All right.
We're currently at 300.
Okay.
What do you mean goal? Like price, like for the money, or like what we're gonna be doing?
The money, just to get the money out of our inventory real quick.
All right, I tossed in 10 platinum, and already took that out. That's 100 gold from me.
Okay. I'll do 100 right now. 8, 9, 3. All right, so I took out 100, so I put in 100. You just need 100
Okay.
more.
Kane will toss in 100.
Do you say we're on day? This is the 5th day now, like the final day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, we have 200 from Grog, 100 from me, 100 from Eusis, and 100 from Kane, right?
That's overpaying us now, isn't it?
No. That's at 500. We need 615 or 637.
637. I'll throw in the last 137. I got
Oh,
that.
I thought we only needed 300. You said.
No, with labor costs plus materials, we needed 637.
I'll toss in the final 137.
Does that make you like completely broke?
No.
Okay. I was going to say, I still have 16 platinum left. That's 160 gold. But I was trying to save that for like if we need money.
Nah, that I have 22 platinum, 71 gold. That 137 is not going to break me. So I'll toss in 10 platinum and 37 gold.
I have 9 gold.
So when did my multi-class into cleric also make me a goddamn therapist?
Oh, you signed up for that being a cleric, dude. That's
You're Kane's best friend right now.
I'm your only friend right now. All of our other friends are dead.
Oh no, Grognar's on friendly terms with Kane.
Yeah, Asher wants to kill him.
I'm just a new guy.
Grognar would not blame you if you did kill him, by the way.
What? Would not blame you? I can't understand you with that voice modulator.
One sec.
I said Grognar would not blame you if you wanted to kill him and did so, because he deserves it in his mind.
Yeah, especially since it's only been like 3 months since all of Asher's men were tortured and killed in front of him. That you used to be a part of the Horde.
In all fairness, he only did the fighting.
Hey, you still helped capture his men and were part of the Horde that tortured and killed them over the span of 2 weeks. And then
also was the part of the Horde that also captured and killed.
Destroyed, beaten, and ruined his, everything. So, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of hatred there.
I fought against them when we got to the town.
He doesn't trust you!
I mean, Grognar definitely has to be Thermal's least favorite person.
Really? Why?
You're part greenskin.
I look as gray as you!
You're still part orc.
My other part is human! And Grognar emphasizes he's half human. He doesn't like saying he's half orc.
Yeah,
Grog.
you had you were part of a really shitty group. It's not that you're half orc, it's the orc you used to belong to.
It's okay, Grog. Kane still likes you.
I mean,
Asher doesn't hate all half orcs, or even all orcs in general. He just hates this one particular group.
I mean, Asher definitely has to be Thermal's favorite.
Yeah, I bought you a bottle of whiskey, you jackass.
It was a bottle of rum. Get it right.
Whatever.
In Grognar's defense, he wasn't originally from that horde. His original horde was wiped out by the Holy Empire.
The Empire didn't do a good enough job.
Was the last remaining because I was on a job in a town.
They should have nuked you too. It's like we should have dropped the third nuke on Berlin just as a fuck you.
Nuke him from orbit?
I mean, he does talk a lot of shit for someone within guiding bolt range.
Grognar doesn't even talk shit to you.
Still,
The one person he ever talked shit to was Thalia. That's the only person.
We saw how that ended up too.
Yeah. You got Thalia killed.
No, Thalia got herself killed.
Let me blame Grog.
I literally warned you guys, don't trust the random man. Everyone ignored Grog. Everyone.
To be fair, I think the Hag would be having trouble with the things that we killed in 2 rounds of combat.
Random man. The things come to attack just so happens to be at the same time we come out. My 15 perception didn't notice him, but your 18 did. He survived a hit. Not 1, 3 hits from pseudo-dragons.
What's bad?
When a normal hit would kill a human.
We never saw him get hit.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't.
He got stung by it.
They were wyverns, weren't they? Not pseudo-dragons?
They were wyverns. And no, we never saw him get hit.
He literally got hit and knocked prone.
Listen. All that to me is just like this guy got hit. There could be any reason for him, even any reason for him for surviving a hit from a creature.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going on, this is a basic NPC and it survived a hit from the creature. That means he's bad. That's metagaming to me.
Yeah.
I was basing it off of the fact Grognar knows that his bare fist could kill a person, and these things were a lot stronger than his bare fucking fists.
You can't kill a person in 1 hit though. And we're just people, and we don't get killed by these things.
All I'm saying is I had no reason not to believe.
Yeah,
he was the Hag. I mean,
it could have also been a plot NPC that we needed to meet, just like the traveling salesman or something, because that stuff happens too.
Grognar knew the hag's been fucking with us and disguising as people, so he was like, random person in woods, no trust.
She had never disguised herself before that. She had never disguised herself to fuck with us.
Actually, she has disguised herself.
She always looked like her elven form that we first met her as, or her sister. She never looked like anyone else. To the rest of us.
That is kind of true, yeah.
She only ever fucked with Kane, but I think she made herself look like your ex-wife at one point in time.
No, because she wouldn't know that the hag's never met Sarah.
Yeah, exactly. So see, the hag had never made herself look like anyone other than what her elven form was when we first met her.
Yeah,
and or she made herself look like her sister. But she never looked like that was the first and only time we've ever seen her change her form to look like someone else.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not entirely true. The time that she duped you guys to eating the porridge that turned you into pigs, she was.
That's the time we're talking about.
Oh, okay, my bad. I missed that part.
Yeah, that's the only time the hag had ever made herself look different to all of us.
That we know of. That we know of.
Yeah, that we know of. That we're aware of. I mean, yes, she could have been the guy that tried to pickpocket Asher in Mir Ladar. But
she could have been the little girl that Kane tried to help in Miller.
Yeah. There are other instances where, yes, she could have been that. But the only times we know of, that was the first and only time we'd ever seen her do that.
Yeah.
I personally didn't know she could do that beforehand.
I knew that the hag was capable. From a player perspective, in my character's ability to, in my character's background, he would have known that. But he also knows you can't just go around distrusting everybody. So,
yeah. See, I didn't know like Josh didn't know hags could do that. So there's no fucking way Asher would have known either.
Grognar see hag. Hag do magic. Lots of it being illusion, based on what Kane's having problems with. Illusion equals hiding stuff.
That was the first time you met the hag, Grognar.
No, when running away, I saw the hag.
No, you didn't.
When we ran away from Beaton, we actually did see an elven woman looking at us as we ran.
Okay,
and you guys said it was the hag.
Okay, I didn't remember that, but we had. But that's
Rogue never stated that was the hag.
Yeah.
No, in character, you guys said it was the hag. So Grognar's
Kane
head,
thinks it was the hag. Kane thought it was the hag.
And in Grognar's head, when he thinks of hag, he thinks of a gnarly old woman. And since it looked like an elven woman, not so gnarly or ugly, he assumed illusion magic. Illusion magic means hide yourself from what you want to what others will perceive.
You know, I could safely say that it is not entirely impossible that this hag has been a factor for quite some time.
In other words, we've ran into her multiple times that we don't know about.
So there are story arcs that I've written that you may or may not have either overlooked or made choices that didn't allow those arcs to bloom. But it doesn't mean that those arcs never happened. Your characters are just unaware of it.
Yeah, we're going to have a discussion about this whenever we finish this. I need to know. I kind of want to know where this hag ran into us at all times.
I wonder if the hag was the boy at the farm.
No, I don't think the hag was the boy.
I just saw the smile on Frog's mouth.
No, because otherwise the boy wouldn't have died.
The boy didn't die.
He ran away.
Y'all gave him money.
You gave him money and he ran away.
He went to supposedly he went to Maryland. I think the hag was involved in that, but I don't think the boy was the hag. Because why? Other than just Frog just taking money from us, there's no point in that.
Fucking with us put us in a moral dilemma. Remember how much of an in-character fight we had about that? When Thalia straight up just killed somebody?
Like I said, I think the hag manipulated the situation.
zombie.
I don't think... Like I
That
said, I
was
think the
causing
hag
alarm.
manipulated the situation. I don't think the boy was the hag.
Well, before we get into this conversation between Asher and Kane, um, you know what? I'll let you guys just conspiracy theory. It's actually really fun listening to it. Um, um, so anyway, everyone back. I see everyone's face except for Fate. Are you back?
I'm here. Let's go.
Fantastic. All right, so let's just dive right into Act 2 of tonight's session, starting with Asher and Kane. As Kane approaches Asher, bewildered, as Asher's kind of in the process of peeling skin from squirrel and raccoon, in a manner to be, sold off or traded or bartered. Kane, you only half hear the sounds of as the skin and fur gets ripped off of flesh.
Sure.
Seeing Kane walk up, I cut the ears off of one of the raccoons. Hey, Kane, it's you.
Jesus.
Funny.
I know. Good news. Me and Zine are cool again.
That's good.
Yeah, what's up, man? You want to come join me on skinning some shit? Raccoons pelts sell really well. The meat is really greasy, but some people like it.
Well, raccoon's gamey meat, so
Yeah.
you need to cook that and season that very well, unless you just.
The workers aren't very picky, so you've had my cooking before. It's meh at best.
You're not wrong, because I've had good cooking before.
So have I, jackass. This is why I cut ears off of things and say they're yours. Love you too,
Anyways,
buddy.
Kane takes out a dagger, and are you at a table or something?
No, I am like probably 200-300 yards away from the house, sitting on like a log or rock, and like I'm skinning things on another rock. Asher is just enjoying being outside because he's been in town for a little too long. And he's just having a good day. Like, him and Zine are cool again. She said he was a silly boy and smiled at him and gave him a flower that's in his hair. He's in a good mood right now. He's whistling a little tune while he's skinning.
I got a letter today.
Who would write you a letter? When
Not
did you
many.
get a pen pal?
Not many people would write me a letter. Not many people would. Letter contains information about me that no one around here should know. In fact, I can only think of one person alive that I know of that would know that, and maybe another.
Hold on, time out. I remember whenever you got really drunk in Mirladar, you mentioned something about a wife.
Yeah, I used to be married.
Is this something to do with that?
Possibly.
That's the only. What? Hold on. Okay, go. Tell me. Tell me what's going on. Don't be so fucking cryptic about it. Just spit it out.
Well, I got a letter, and if I read the text correctly, it's from my wife, who I thought was dead.
Asher slips a little as he's like skinning a pelt and like nicks his finger. She's alive?
Maybe.
What makes you think she's alive?
Kane just hands Asher the letter.
I take my gloves off that I'm wearing so I don't get blood all over it, and I look at the letter.
Do you need me to PM it to you?
Yeah, just so I can kind of glance through it.
Okay.
It says your character's name, Abel, right?
Yeah.
Wait, your name's... Who the fuck is Abel?
That was my name before back in a different life, that was the name I went by.
What did she lie to you about?
Kane takes a seat next to Asher.
Yeah.
All right. Back, I guess you could say 10 years or so,
Mm-hmm.
I lived in a small village in Buckland. It's Northern Empire.
Okay.
I had to set up a farm there. Uh, Abel was the name I was given to. Abel was my name back then. That's the name. That's the name my parents named me.
So that was your given name.
That was my given name.
Okay.
Uh, there was this woman in the village. She lived on the outskirts of the village. She would come to town, sell herbs and potions. She was kind of ostracized by the town.
Mm-hmm.
The villagers called her a witch, but she mainly kept to herself. Through happenstance and several other meetings.
Wait, did you fuck a hag?
No.
That sounds a lot like a hag.
Well, that's probably why they thought she was a witch.
Okay, sorry. Just had to make sure. You have a thing with hags.
I do not.
I mean, we kind of do.
That's a different story altogether.
Have you looked
Anyway,
in the mirror?
basically, me and her grew close. We fell in love and we got married.
Mm-hmm. I'm sensing a butt. Well, I already know the butt. You told me while you were drunk that you turned her in.
She had been marked by the witch hunters as being a witch. She had a symbol branded into her skin.
Mm-hmm. Before or after y'all got married?
Before. It's from before. The witch hunters denoted her as a witch. And I felt betrayed and lied to. That for all these years that I made a very rash decision.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't until after she gone that I realized what I had done.
Yeah, you kind of. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you you fucked up. You already know you fucked up.
Yeah. That no matter, even though she lied to me about her past, what I'd done was just even more horrible than anything I could even think of at the time.
Yeah, you both.
So I abandoned my life. I burnt that house we lived in together to the ground.
Is it part of why you want to fix up the burnt house? Subliminally?
Part of it. Might be part of it, but I wandered around as a drunk for a while. I eventually ran into a man who helped me get my head on straight and, well, turned me into what I am now. I took a different name. Yeah, there's more to it than just training.
Yeah, I imagine. There's more to all of us.
Yeah. Anyways, I took a different name that day. I chose the name Kane, and that's what I've been known by ever since. She should be dead. The witch hunters had her, unless she made some sort of deal or something to get herself out of it. I don't have no reason why. I don't know why they wouldn't have executed her.
Well, you were supposed to be a farmer, so things can change.
Anyways, look at the seal on the back of that. I've only seen it one other place.
If I look at the seal, do I recognize it from traveling with a mercenary band for a decade?
Are we talking about the wax seal that you ripped open?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not necessarily a secret. It's under common knowledge. Yeah, it's a symbol of the city of Brecca.
That's
yeah, like that's the seal of Brecca. We heard that the town was liberated.
yeah, but common folk can't use that seal.
Well, no, but we know there was a group that went in and liberated the town and became the leaders. At least that's what the rumors are that we've heard.
That means someone on the city council sent me that letter.
Do you think she could have been part of that group? I mean, it sounds like if she did have magic, I mean, just look at what we're doing. I mean, she could be off doing something similar.
Yeah.
Unless someone else knows your real name that's out there doing shit.
No, the only Ducard would know my real name, and this isn't how he would contact me. There are other ways for my kind to contact each other.
She says she wants to meet you and tell you in person.
Yeah.
How much do you think you can trust that if she just wants to talk? I'm not trying to... I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff that could happen.
Yeah.
But this is also a problem that I don't think you can run from.
I don't want to run from it, but...
No, but we have...
Listen, there are other things we need to take care of right now, but... I'm going to look into this.
Oh, absolutely. Pause for 1 second. Question to God, aka DM.
AKA Frog.
Yeah. Blessed be the Lord and Savior. Are the people, the emissaries from Brecca, are they still in Bestow?
You didn't see them leave, but doesn't mean that they're still there. You know, I mean, you guys have been occupied.
Yeah.
We can go talk to them.
That's what I'm saying. Who brought you this letter?
A cat man.
Tabaxi?
Yes.
Okay, I've encountered
I assume either Tabaxi or Leonin.
I've never encountered a Leonin, heard of them. I have encountered 3 Tabaxi. Interesting folks.
Yeah, he had an interesting way of speaking too. Like to talk in the third person. In fact, at times I thought I was talking to 3 different people at once.
You know, I've heard of that. That's some weird. I've heard that's a trauma response, actually.
Well, in case you haven't noticed, I've experienced a lot of trauma in my life.
No, I'm talking about the cat guy. Like maybe he's.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he has. Plus, he's in an oceanside town. You know, cats don't like water.
Yeah, I know. Trying to give Jaeger a bath is a bitch. But all right, back to being serious for a moment. So, as much as I wish we could go to Brecca and do all of this, we do have obligations here.
I know.
But one thing I think you should do, I'm not going to make you do it. I'm not going to tell you you have to, but you should definitely do this. Put pen to paper, write her a response, and send it back to Brecca. So that way she at least knows you got your message. She knows you got her message. She knows you're alive. And let her know that we have things going on that we have to handle first. People need you. You're atoning for your sins, basically. And when we can, we will go there.
I had to find someone that could find her in Brecca.
Well, the cat guy that brought you the letter clearly knows where she's at.
You want to go find him?
Sure. Can't be hard to find.
He dipped, just so you guys are aware. Remember walking off to the sunset?
Oh yeah, he walked off into the sunset.
About how long ago?
Well, as this is conversations going on, I got to pause you guys for a minute. With all that RP going on, which is beautiful. Eustace, where are
Yep.
you currently in this house?
Ooh, I would be basically somewhere on the inside of the house, because I'm assuming the floor's all gone and everything like that.
There's pieces of missing planks and rotted stuff and weatherization, but you can absolutely rip up boards, replace if you have to, what have you. Just let me know.
Yeah,
what
we
you're
would pick a reasonable spot that would make sense onto where a kind of a stairway going down to a bottom level would be, and I would just kind of start poof.
Paul,
Just
as you are looking for this spot that you just explained, you walking around, you're kind of looking, and what would be like the center of the living room concept. You step on the boards there, and they kind of creak in a way that is just a little different than the rest of the floorboards. It kind of cracks a little bit. Your gut feeling off the top of your head is like, oh, it's probably just an old plank.
well, listen. Oh, I'm going to. Hey, boys, we got to get these planks up out of here.
Anahel, you're also in here at the moment as you're trying to mend a lot of the floor, using these splinters and merging them all together. You hear Eustace shout for some helpers.
If I'm going to be much help, I'm not that good with construction. I mean, I'll do what I can, but I can't do a ton.
It looks like Anahel is willing to assist you, Eustace. What do you ask her to do?
I was going to ask for all the workers who probably more likely have tools with them to
It's night.
do this, but
for some reason I thought it was nighttime. If I'm wrong.
It's still like midday on the fifth day.
I'm just gonna hold my hand out. So you got a blade. I'm gonna hold my hand out, and I'm just going to actually no, I'm going to create a small little black hole in front of me, and I'm gonna reach inside of it, and I'm gonna pull out a sword.
Shadow blade?
Yep.
Okay. As you kind of create this temporal vortex, you reach in and unsheath the sword from the void.
And I'm going to start cutting up what would be a normal size, a common sense size gap to put a staircase that goes to a second level.
Anahel, you absolutely witness this, right? So you see him just put his hand into the fucking hole of nowhere and pull out this shadow blade as he begins to kind of smack into the ground with this shadow blade, and it chips and it cuts. At one point, Eustace, you yourself, you slam down, but you feel a resistance as you hit through, almost as if you hit something on the other side.
I might need some help here. I think there's a rock or something behind this.
I'll try to help however I can.
Sure. You start peeling up the splintered wood, and you're trying to get what is it exactly the shadow blade is hitting. But you see as you peel back some of the wood using your strength, what seems to be like a hinge, like as if you smack down on some sort of metal hinge from underneath.
Okay.
Well,
Do I know that?
Both of you two roll me an investigation and average it.
So
14?
14, yeah.
14 it is. As you're smacking away and you're banging, creating this vibration in the planks, which kind of it makes the dust vibrate, and you start to see what looks like the contours of a trap door, kind of really well blended into the middle of this living room.
I'll be damned. Looks like somebody had my idea all along. How do we open this thing?
As you look around, you don't see any doorknobs. You don't see any little latch that you can wiggle your finger in to pull up. You're hitting a hinge from the other side. You wouldn't even known a hinge was there if you didn't hit it.
Well, every story I've ever seen always has it on the fireplace. And I'm gonna go to where a fireplace would be and see if there's
Yeah.
anything I can pull.
There's a stone fireplace. I mean, it's been there since months ago, actually. There is, in fact, a stone fire. In fact, there's a hole in it because one of my other characters from the Monday campaign put a hole in it. So there's absolutely a hole in it. And what you would actually see is a flue. What do you call the little dangly wire in a fireplace? A flute? A flow? It kind of cleans the...
Flume.
A flume? It kind of cleans the creosote out?
I think it's called a flume.
Whatever, you guys know what I mean. But you would see through the hole in the wall or in the stone mantelpiece this kind of like metal wire that just kind of, occasionally a breeze pops through and you just see it kind of going back and forth.
I'm gonna mage hand just try and pull on that wire.
Absolutely. And as you pull on this wire, you hear a click click. And the door doesn't open up. It actually falls inwards. At that point, you hear like air pressure change. And it creates this waft of this smell that comes up. Both of you make me Constitution saving throws.
Oh, shit.
Natural 20.
And that one was a 9. Whoever rolled a 9, it makes you slightly nauseous. Like it's like, oh wow, that's foul. It almost smells like mildewy, like the smell of a cave, for example. But that smell is potent enough that it seeps through the roof of this area, and the one individual who's on the roof takes a nice deep breath in. Thermal, go ahead, make a nice deep breath for me. As you breathe in, you smell home. A smell that you haven't smelled in a little bit.
I will go down to investigate.
Sure, as thermal thumps in the ground in front, as you both smell it, even though, Anahel is pretty chill with it. Eustace, I'm guessing, is the one that rolled the 9?
Yeah, I'll be like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Thermal, you walk in to see Eustace kind of, not gagging, but he's uncomfortable.
I just pat him on the back. What are you choking on? Smells good, doesn't it?
Well, who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Why not?
Yeah, okay, 1 second.
Shouldn't be too dangerous.
I'm gonna grab his axe head and I'm going to light cantrip it for him before he
Absolutely.
goes down.
So the second...
Why do you need light?
I need light, you don't.
I just grumble and start walking down.
Well, first of all, you look in, you're not going to just blindly walk in. Everyone that is willing to live is going to be, self-preservation, right? You look in. This is cut out. This is like a stone. It's earth. I'm not going to say stone. It's definitely cut out of earth. So it's been mined out, but it's steps, and they're relatively decent. They seem to go down to nothingness, as far as you can tell for now. But they go down, and it looks like it goes down for a decent bit. On the walls of this area, you do see what looks to be writing, and I'm going to leave it very vague.
Okay, would I be able to read this writing at all?
What is... hold on.
I would like to try and see.
It is written in... Oh, lucky you. It's written in common. So is it legible? Yes. And it speaks of knowledge is power. It speaks of the importance of the written word. The more you study, the more powerful you get. It definitely seems to have a scholar-like feel for it.
Would I be able to figure out what the origin of this stonework was from? With my ability?
With the stonework? Yeah. Limestone, granite, and some shale. It's definitely worked. Shale is not the sturdiest rock, but when it's mixed into certain types of sediment, and appropriately put into place, it can create a natural structure that can last a decent amount of time.
Would I know of any creatures or cultures that usually work with this stuff, or?
This definitely seems to come across as topside work. So someone from up top digging in versus someone from below digging up.
Okay.
And I'll give you that without a check because of what you are.
Yeah. Well, let's take it slow. Someone definitely built this with purpose. And I'll get started in slowly.
All right. You see your light cantrip slowly dissipate. Are you following in, Fate? Or
Yeah, I'm behind. I'm behind him.
I'm just gonna do this because I'm annoyed with it. I'm gonna like kind of should have had a V8, bop him on the forehead, and put light on his forehead.
Sure. And you do so. And we're talking about Eustace, or are you talking about the Grey Dwarf, Thermal?
Eustace.
Okay. He pops you on the head, and the front of your hair begins to glow with light, a white light, Eustace. It's like you're wearing a headlamp.
Nice.
Now, as you three, I'm assuming, Annahel, you're following suit?
Yeah.
As you three start to descend 30, 40, 50, 60 feet, it's getting colder down here and much more humid. You look up to see that, light square slowly getting smaller, and you feel a sense of uneasiness, all three of you. Well, two of you, mostly. However, do with that information as you see fit.
What do you suppose is down this far?
I don't know, but I just wanted a room, not a damn hallway that's this big.
A mine.
And they
You know
called
what?
it a mine.
I'm just looking at the walls and that, and definitely some pretty good work.
We're gonna have to speed this up a little bit. And I hold my hand out, and out comes Eric, and I'm just gonna send him forward the max distance that he can go forward.
Okay. This is an owl, right?
Correct.
And it has dark vision, right? I said night vision. Wow, that's old school.
He's got MEGs on.
Okay. He already was in existence, right? You don't have to resummon him, or you use the spell slot to resummon him?
No, he's already. I never desummoned him, so.
Okay. Okay. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. You send Eric down there. It goes down another 60 or so feet. It cuts a hard right, and Eric would relay imagery of what he's seeing. But that link gets severed after a certain amount of space. Off the top of my head, I don't know what it is, but let's just say just enough to see what looks to be this open cavern. It's definitely more natural cave formations down here, but the ground is heavily traveled. The walls are written in similar stuff that's been coming down here, very studious like stuff. A lot of it talks about magic and things of that nature. And that's where the link gets severed as you see this faint light in the distance, and then you're too far away for Eric to transfer anything back.
I'm like, all right, it looks like there's something up ahead, another 60 more feet or so.
Okay, let's keep going. I mean, I'll just go at a steady pace.
Anyhow, as the dwarf and the human continue to go down the steps, you're the third one in line and last in line. And normally you would relay that information to whomever was behind you, but no one stands there.
I'm gonna keep following.
Oh. I mean, I'm a stubborn dwarf, so.
Okay. You continue to go down.
He's gonna die again.
After about 60 feet, it makes a sharp right and leads into that natural cavern. And mind you, this whole time it's been very tight, tight enough to fit one by one, single file, human shaped, medium. And As it opens up more so as you get on that after that 90-degree turn right angle, and you see that faint light in the distance. And once again, it's cavernous. So I mean, the ceiling down here, 30 to 40 feet easy, based on what you can tell as the light cantrip. As you hold your axe to kind of look around, you'll start to see stalagmite, stalactite formations, old water dripping, just creating these deposits of minerals in these melted ice cream like formations. Beautiful colors, oranges, greens, blues. It's quite lovely down here, especially as your light just reflects all the moisture, creating these little iridescent rainbow like textures that just peer across the room. It's gorgeous. You do smell earthy down here. The dwarf is right at fucking home. But it does smell earthy down here, as if there seems to be a water source or something. None that you can see right now, but there's enough water that if you were to swipe your hand across the wall, you would come back with like a residue, a wet residue.
Okay.
These inscriptions, however, still are, I'm not going to say it's littered down here, but it definitely looks like someone took some time to just write, hey, fucking goals and whatnot of like, I need to learn this shit and blah, 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 blah.
Thermal will say, watch out for stuff falling, and might need some more people to cover this area. Search quicker.
How big is this area that we're going down into?
So you went, let's just call, for sake of D&D terminology, so this hall, this descending stairwell of 100 and some odd feet, let's just say that's a 5 by, or 1 by 1, so 1 5-foot square, so only one person can really squeeze in. But as you turn that corner, let's say it goes like 5 to 10 feet wide here and there, but it kind of goes in and out naturally. But in the distance where the light's coming from, it looks as if it opens up into a much larger room. Obviously, you don't see in that room, as it does have a slight curvature to it, but there definitely seems, and the way your voice travels down here does give you the feeling as if it's a much larger room further down.
And I'll just say to them, my experience, larger groups in the Underdark are a lot better.
Guess we could go back and get a hand or two. What do you think, Annahel?
I say we probably should go back, but I don't think we should just leave this place untouched down here.
Agreed. Let's hurry up. Get the rest of the team.
As you exit this cave discovery, you exit, the wood creaks under your feet back in this living room-like location. You exit the front door. As you look towards town, you'll see, what appears to be Asher and Kane shooting the shit. And at this point in time, you'll see Muffins and Grognar kind of over a pot of who knows what the fuck this kid's making. And just feeding
Raccoon, squirrel, and rabbit.
there you go. Feeding the workers, as it appears to be some sort of a lunch break or supper break.
Before they leave their house, I'll tell them I'll guard the hatch.
All right, don't let anybody in. I'm gonna go get Asher, Kane, Grognar, and be like, "Hey, we found a hatch, a secret hatchway in the house. We need to clear it out."
All right.
Okay. This Asher just kind of looks at Kane. This house is turning into more than we bargained for, I think, Kane.
Or more than we could have dreamed of.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, it's at least 100 feet so far, and it opens up somewhere. But we obviously can't just build on top of something. We don't know where this goes.
Oh yeah. No, I understand. We need to check it out. Just
let me get geared up.
Let's see where this thing goes.
Asher does some stretches. You said it's underground, right?
Yep.
Y'all want me to go down first and check it out, since the dark is my thing?
As Asher walks into the house where the dwarf is keeping an eye, Thermal, you see Asher looking like he's getting ready to just kind of step in front of you to go down first.
I'll take the point on this one.
I'll take point. Trust me, this is my shit. Ask the others whenever we were in the other Underdark before.
I've lived in the Underdark.
Yeah, and I go invisible in the dark. And I step around the dwarf and go down into the dark, and he immediately loses sight of me with his dark vision.
I still have light on.
Well,
On the halberd.
too light to where it's darkness,
So,
and your
Asher
dark
goes
vision cuts
down.
out.
Asher goes down 60 feet fairly rapidly out of your light ability and dark vision, and he just poofs.
Yeah.
I just give a bit of a nod and start heading down.
Sure. And as you kind of do that, who's following suit?
I'm
follow after
maged
him.
armor myself, and I follow.
Okay, fantastic.
I got my gear, armor, and sword, and I'm heading on down.
Okay.
And I'm staying just ahead of the light, so that way I am still invisible like I did in the Underdark.
Grognar, I assume you're coming?
Yep.
As you make your way to the door, last in line,
Oh. Point of order, before we went down there, as we were walking up to it, I would have tapped Kane and given him Vigilant Blessing, so that way he has advantage on initiative rolls for the next 24 hours.
Sure, I'm cool with that.
Or until he uses it.
Grognar, you can't help but notice that this staircase, it's not going to fit your bear, man.
I'll watch the workers.
Wait,
Okay.
what?
Oh.
He's staying behind and watching the workers.
Okay.
With muffins.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
All right, as you stay around the front door area, making sure that this hole is safe from the workers and vice versa, you sit Muffins down and I guess pet her as time continues. Yes, Asher.
Could we? I'm assuming we would notice that the hole's not big enough for the owlbear. And would it be metagaming, or would we know that if he's too far away from Muffins, it might start trying to eat people that are around her?
I'm with muffins.
I know. I'm asking this because I have an idea, but I don't want to metagame my idea. That's why I'm asking if this would be something we know.
I'm gonna go with my gut
in character.
I'm gonna go with my gut, and if it's a question as if it's gonna blur a line of metagaming, I guess I'm gonna say then yeah, it'll probably be a metagaming scenario.
Because I was gonna say, what if we just sent the workers home early and just had Muffins stay at the house? It would be protecting the hole, but it wouldn't be trying to eat people because there's no people around.
I mean, we can also assume that, we probably would send the workers home because we found a giant cave entrance underneath the house that we need to investigate.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if that would be too much metagame, if that would be metagamey or not, if that makes sense.
You're able to rationalize this in any way you guys feel is fair and consistent with the story arc. So if that's what you feel your characters would be like, hey,
yeah,
hey, lunchtime, everybody, get the fuck out of here,
Yeah, lunchtime, go home
today. Y'all get you only have to work half day today.
Well,
or however late it is.
I think we're at 3/4 a day by now.
Yeah, you get to go home 2 hours early. See you guys.
Grog, are you okay with that?
Leave Muffins in the house.
Grognar, are you okay with that?
Do I have to leave muffins?
Well, I mean,
he kind of looks at the party pleading.
Well,
Grog.
As you try to stuff Muffins down the hole, jumping on her hind area, and she just doesn't.
Wait, doesn't one of us know enlarge reduced? Y'all can reduce Muffins.
It only lasts for a minute, doesn't it?
I do not know reduce. I only know enlarge, and I only can cast it on myself.
Uses?
Nope, don't know it.
Ah, sorry. I tried.
Grognar kind of pouts, sighs. Fine. I'll leave Muffins out here to guard the entrance.
Tie Muffins up.
Inside the house.
Inside the house.
Muffins, protect.
Okay. By the way, animal handling on that, please.
Oh, dear God.
I give him guidance.
Thank you.
Since I'm using the command word, would I have advantage?
The command word is only to prevent him from eating people.
Yes, but I'm saying, would it give me advantage since it already knows that command word means
Yeah,
don't kill unless protect?
I'm gonna go with no on that one. Sorry, buddy.
I tried. 11.
Okay.
Plus
Okay.
whatever guidance is.
You say protect and
D4. Roll a D4, Grog.
13 total.
you begin to head on down. Correct? Yay, nay, I can't see you that well.
Yes.
Right, beautiful. All right, here we go. Asher, since you're at least 60 feet ahead of the party, you're the first one to turn the corner to see this cavernous area, which opens up. And once again, if you had a light source right now, you would see all the wonderful colors.
My dark vision lets me still see colors, not grayscale.
Okay, fantastic. Then you'd see all the fucking colors. It is marvelous. They don't twinkle and sparkle as much.
Yeah, it's only like dim light, but I would
Correct.
still see color.
But absolutely. And in the distance, your dim light turns into bright light because you see this faint ambiance coming from all the way down there. And it is a cavern that is kind of like a kidney bean shape, sort of, and reaches across that way. And that's where the light source seems to be coming from.
Can I tell about how far away it is from me? The light source? So
I'm going to ballpark it because I haven't measured it yet. Let's just say somewhere between 100 to 200 feet.
Okay, my dark vision goes out to 300.
That's fine. It's light source down there. You don't even need dark vision.
And just so I get the imaging straight, I went down the stairs.
I'll draw it.
Okay. So I have the right idea in my head.
All right, so let's just say hypothetically you guys came from this rectangle. This represents that staircase. The T is the top side, the B is the bottom side, and then it turns sharply into that. So, and this is, okay, sorry, this should be over here. Sorry. So let's just say that's over here. So this cavern basically kind of starts off small and it, kind of drifts off this way, but it opens up to what appears to be a wider thing. This is what you can see from your angle. Obviously, as you go in, things change, but the light source seems to be coming from like this angle.
So I'm right here at the mouth of it.
Roughly, and this is a really rough blueprint. Really.
No,
rough.
that's fine. And just because I have to keep track of it too, Jaeger, I would have told him to wait, like
That's
using
fine.
my speak with animals like 10 feet down into the stairs. He would have been waiting back there.
That's fine. Meow.
Yeah, cool. All right, seeing that, where would like the dark, like how far could I go before I actually lose darkness and would become visible? Right there. Then I'm going to move up to about like within 5 feet of that line to try, and I'm being as quiet as I can. And I would have told the party to kind of wait, like just before the bend, so that way they don't have the light coming in.
Yep. Give me a stealth and a perception while you're at it.
Okay. I'll do the stealth first since I have advantage with my boots. Uh, 18.
Beautiful.
For stealth.
Now give me your perception.
Yes, sir. I'm going to cast guidance on myself for this perception.
That's fine. It's
22.
Beautiful. As you look around, you'll see, stalagmites, holding, going up to the ceiling, stalactites as well from the ceiling going downwards. But between the crevices of all the rock formations, you do notice that there's a little bit of like a lefty turn. But once again, your main focus, even though you do see a lefty turn here, you do see in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to paint an image, so work with me here, okay?
Yeah.
You would see, and I'll even draw something else. So let's say you'll see this cavern area here. let's just say a teardrop shape. And there's stalagmites, stalactites, whatever. But in this distance here, you'll see the square represents what looks like an altar. This altar has a book propped up, being held up, pages splayed open, and there seems to be like these candlelight. Now, it looks as if these candles have been burning for quite some time, but they don't seem to melt, at least from your range. This book in the middle of this altar, once again, it looks like a leather-bound book at your rough guesstimate based on how far away you are. But around it, all these little X's represent piles and piles and piles of gold coin. You also see suits of full plate armor, also kind of scattered in. Leaning against the altar here, you'll see a sword, which looks to be encrusted in gems and shiny. You also see like these turquoise, red, blue, and green kind of gems that also seem to be splayed out in the gold. Your best guess, there has to be, from your angle, at least 1,000 gold on the floor scattered about in this area.
And at the center of it all is Bill and Ted.
And so the light seems to be coming from this book, right?
It seems to be coming mainly from this altar, correct?
From the altar?
Yeah. And you also would see, foot traffic, granted inside pounded dirt and stone, but, the center does seem to have the most noticeable foot traffic in this cave.
Am I the only one?
I'm reading something on a spell that I'm thinking about casting. I'm just checking it real quick.
What'd you say, Grognar?
Am I the only one that's completely lost here at what's going on?
Oh.
They were playing Goonies right
yes,
now,
you
man.
are.
Keep up.
Bill and Ted
I
are returning
have
my investment. That's
metagame
what's going on.
knowledge,
Okay.
and I have assumptions about what this is.
I would like to cast the spell. So that book that's on there. Can you describe what it looked like again?
At the moment, it's splayed open, facing your direction. So you don't see the spine, you don't see the covering, but like there's a little bit of like a leather latch that is kind of dangling off the side, as if you can like close the book and kind of tighten it.
Does the altar give off like heebie-jeebie vibe? Like, does it look like?
No, it's stone.
Like, is it just carved out of stone? Nothing
Stone.
weird
It actually
on it?
has a cloth on it to kind of cover, I guess, imperfections or whatnot.
I'm gonna cast Detect Good and Evil.
Please hold.
I just linked it.
Well, while he's doing that, I'm going to turn to our human buddy. Can you get rid of this light? I'm going to go ahead and investigate, see where our friend went to.
Light's gone.
And then
Go ahead, sorry.
invisible on myself, going ahead stealthily.
Okay. That happens. Absolutely. No arguments here.
Yep.
Almost there. Please hold.
And
Okay. As you cast your spell, detecting good and evil, you don't feel good or evil. Meaning you're not getting the results that your spell would typically trigger in the event of a good or evil situation.
Do I feel like I'm too far away since the spell says it's a 30-foot range? Like, am I too far? Am I more than 30 feet from that altar?
You are more than 30 feet from it, but even still, I'm just going to give this one to you. Nothing, your spider sense isn't really tingling based off of this action.
Okay. Then, seeing that was my main thing. I was wondering if this is like heebie-jeebie shit. I'm still going to keep concentration on this because it lasts for 10 minutes. But I'm going to walk back to the group and let them know what happened.
As you attempt to walk back to the group, you feel a boom as two invisible forces collide.
Well, I would have let him see me once I proved my point. He would be able to see me in this darkness.
Nevertheless, Thermal, you see Asher heading your way. You're invisible. He doesn't necessarily see you off the bat. but regardless of which, you're about to pass each other.
I'll quietly whisper, so what's ahead?
The fuck? God damn it, Thermal. God damn it, I said to wait. There's an altar. We're going to get the rest of the group.
I'll keep an eye.
Wait here, please. If you listen, I'll buy you another bottle of rum.
Deal.
Alright, good boy. I pat him on the top of the head, and I go back to the group. And relay what I saw to them and that it didn't pop with my good and evil.
100%. Well,
Come on, lads. And
Anahel, Grognar, Eustace, and Kane. He relays to you everything he saw, everything that's going on. You're more than welcome to react to it.
You said a book on
Does
an altar.
any of this, like, spark my religious side of things? It sounds kind of culty.
I would give you a religion check when you go up to look for yourself.
Got it.
And Grognar, you said something about a book?
Yeah, I said a book on an altar, and in reference to the phrase that was put at the beginning in common, would Grognar have any sense of belonging in this place?
Grognar have a sense of belonging.
Since Karim is a lord of knowledge.
So you're no stranger to the written word. Coming down here, you would have seen the exact same epitaphs or engravings and writings that not litter, but are featured a lot on these walls that once again seem to resonate to some degree of scholarship, learning, magic, of the arcane. More like excerpts than spells and stuff. It's kind of strange. It's kind of all over the place. But regardless of which, so if that's the environment that you feel Grognar would feel comfortable in, so be it.
This sounds like the perfect place to teach.
What? No. This is a cave. In fact,
It spoke of scholars, and it spoke of knowledge. Is that not a place? That's something you would want to tell people? Knowledge is power, is it not? Knowing thy enemy, you can slay them with less effort.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You literally want to bring people into a cave under the house we will be living in to teach. That is creepy.
Teach magic.
Grog, on his face, that is on the face, it is creepy and suspicious. You're going to earn a lot of distrust real fast by doing that. Now, if you want to go build a building, a school above ground, or where you could teach these things, that's not creepy. That's just you doing business. But you'd be like, hey, come down to my basement. Let me show you something. That's creepy. I'm sorry. I know you have good intentions, but it's creepy.
This is our secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Fair.
There's gold and stuff down here, guys.
Oh.
We don't want people to know this is down here.
Now, if you feel this knowledge might be helpful in you teaching people magic, be my guest. I haven't looked over it. I'd probably give it a once over before I say no, you can't teach that. But for the time being, let's not bring people down to our secret tunnel underneath our house, because they might think you're taking them to a murder basement.
Oh.
Yeah, and we don't want random people knowing everything about our house.
Yeah.
Also,
Okay,
we don't
so
know what's on the left-hand side. That could be some more fun.
offshoot house, I can teach there.
Yes.
As long as you build it yourself, sure.
Okay.
I'll even help you build it, Grog. I'll help
Thank
you
you,
build it.
Kane.
You're welcome.
So the big room with the book in it.
Yeah, let's go see about this
Yeah,
book.
let's go see the book.
I'm gonna, as we go in there, when we get into the middle, I'm gonna cast a detect magic. I'm just gonna slam my hand in the ground. I'm gonna pulse a black little aura all around us.
The book is glowing, and so are the altar with the candles.
I'm still waiting in
Primarily
that
the
one
book.
spot.
And I'm gonna,
Oh, and you would see, sure, why not? Let's flavor something weird. You would see the ghostly outline of a fucking dwarf.
What's the language the book is written in?
From
We
this
don't know
range,
yet.
From this range, the text itself is small enough to be undiscernible. It looks like you'd have to get closer to get a real decent idea of that.
Grognar has no fear. He's just walking plainly up to the book. He's like, yeah, this is a place for a person of a scholar. Knowledge
Don't
is...
touch it.
Okay, I won't touch it.
So-
I just look at the writing.
So, hold on. So, okay, pause. I want to make sure. So, grab your tokens at this point. Even though this is not to scale, I at least want some ideas on where everyone is, please.
Wherever I was told to wait by Asher, so.
I would have, as we walked by, I would have like, okay, we can go now.
Why is Annahel so tiny?
Okay.
Because somebody keeps making her tiny.
Then now it'd be like there.
Because they're upset that I'm taller than them. That's what it is.
Okay, so once again, everything on the outside of this altar, you got gold just littered. About 1,000 gold by your best guess, you're estimating, right? You have these 2 suits of highly adorned armor. You see...
Can you not?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. They keep scaling it down.
Gotcha. You see these 2 suits of beautiful armor. One's like all silver and mirrored. The other one's like golden with gems that crust like the shoulder plate area. They're fucking beautiful.
Which side's the silver one on? Just curious.
Left.
Okay.
That's fine with me. You know, the coins are all over the place. There's like those 4 gems, the red one, the blue one, the green one, you know, things like that. And you see 3 swords, and even them, it's like the hilt is like gem encrusted, and it's kind of like marvelously, intricately woven. The hilt is all designed, and it's symmetrical. The blades, it looks like they're made of solid gold. They're absolutely incredible. Immaculate even.
If they're made of solid gold, they're completely useless.
And the book's in the middle. So let's lead with the. You know what? Why doesn't everyone just roll me a d6, everybody?
I've got a 5.
A lot
I
of
got
us
a
have
5.
fives.
All of you guys fucking. Are you kidding me?
I got a 6.
Fake
They got a 6.
Fake's got a 6. Grognar got a 4. The rest
Can
of us got
youngest go
5.
first?
All right. So Eustace, you know, you walk into this room after you pulse your magic find or identify. As Grognar approaches to the book, you see the book and altar just seem to radiate magic aura.
I told Grana, you probably want to take a step back from that. You got 4 magic candles, 1 magic book.
Well, the altar itself seems to resonate as well.
I have an idea. Why don't we all take a step back?
Okay.
Grognar, you know, hearing the words of Eustace will pause that as Eustace tells everyone to take a step back, which is funny enough. Everyone else got a 5 that this command would be heard by. So Kane, Asher, Thermal, and Annahel, hearing Eustace say, "I have an idea. You should take a step back," you're more than welcome to respond to this as far as in lieu of the rolls go.
What are you planning on doing, Eustace?
I'm going to
Take a
try to use Mage Hand to just put out the 4 candles and see if there's a reaction.
I'm gonna pocket some gold, then step back. I just grab a handful.
Okay.
Would I notice him trying to do that?
I mean, everyone's playing in front of you, so yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
I'm invisible yet.
Oh, yeah, so no, I guess you wouldn't. Let me just swallow my rice before I choke. Okay, so, Grognar, as you stand and look at this book intently, this mage hand kind of brushes past you, and basically the equivalent of on the candles, the fingers themselves do not smelt this fire, as it seems to pass through. In fact, it seems to cancel your mage hand a little bit, as the candles are being squeezed upon, not allowing it to be smelt. Annahel, as you take a step back and oversee everything with your fucking lanky, tall bitchness, Towering over everyone else, you see this happening. The mage hand, Grognar, getting close enough to read. Which, by the way, Grognar, at this point in time, you're close enough to at least read the text. It does seem to be in common. The text itself.
Making sure I just didn't have to use comprehend languages.
Yeah, no. The text itself, it just seems to speak of arcane verbiage and jargon. Perhaps a skill book of some sort, maybe. Who knows? At first glance, it does seem to have an arcana feel to it. Kane, I haven't heard you yet. As you see all that shit going on, and you ask Eustace, "What's your plan?" And he says, "The mage hand. What do you wish to react with?"
Kane just kind of steps back next to Eustace, but he's gonna go ahead and draw his sword, because as books, altar, this seems very much something Kane would normally come across in doing his natural work that he fell into. And no one just leaves a book on an altar and all this gold around without it being guarded to a degree. So Kane's just kind of prepared and ready for anything that might happen, because he's on guard.
Gotcha. As you hear the shink of a unsheathed sword kind of echo slightly in this natural cave environment. Who has yet to have a reaction? Sure. I think this hasn't had a reaction yet, and then we'll come to Groggy.
There, you said there's a tunnel off to the left, right? Too?
Yeah, you've passed it, but yeah, if you go back a little bit and make a right, technically at this point, you'd see this little offshoot. Yeah.
Yeah, I would tell everyone I'm going to check this other tunnel, and I'm just going to go and like peek my head down there. Is it dark as well?
Oh yeah, it's a cave, 100%. Yeah, this is everything else is very much cave.
I'll look down it. How far can I see with my dark vision?
Well,
like,
as
do I see the end of it?
As everything's going on, as you begin to go in that direction, I'm not going to give you the full couple of minutes it takes because we have things happening in real time at the moment.
Oh, I thought it was like right in the same room where the altar was.
No. You have to go back a little ways, not too far. This cave is not that huge.
Yeah, I didn't want to be too far away from the party.
Yeah, no, you're good. I figured as much, but it puts you in a position where you're kind of in the back overseeing location. So I'm okay with that. Okay, Groggy, you have, as you see this mage hand kind of going, trying to put out fires, it doesn't.
Well, that didn't work.
Book seems to be for, speaking of magic, perhaps, you can understand it. It seems a book of a wizard.
That's what I'm afraid of.
As you begin to say this to Eustace, please hold. All right, Thermal, explain exactly what you're doing now. You said you reached down, kind of pocket a bunch of coin, right? In one hand, are you like dual fisting? How are you doing this?
Just like one hand grabbing a bunch of coin, pocketed in it, and stepping back.
Okay.
Oh God.
What I would like you to do, Thermal, because you're also invisible. What I would like you to do, how am I going to do this? As you reach down and swipe a good pile, you know what? Roll me a d20.
Okay. 2.
I need you to please now roll me. Let me just make sure I got the right thing here. Roll. You said you rolled a 2, right?
Yep.
Please now roll me 15. Oh no, it just happens. Okay, okay. Oh my god. As you grab these handful of coins, you actually pick up 18 coins. And as you go to put them in your pocket, and you open your hand to put them in your pocket, you pull your hand out of your pocket, or whatever you're trying to put it in, I'm guessing a pocket or pouch of some sort. You pull your hand back out, and they're still on your hand.
Oh no!
All 8, I said 8, how many did I say, 15? 18.
18.
All 18 of them.
I just cursed to myself a little bit.
As you curse to yourself a little bit. I can't believe I'm sorry, this is so silly what's happening right now.
Are they mimics?
What I would like you to please do, you start to feel pinching in your hand as it feels as if you're being bitten by small teeth. Take 1 point of damage acid for each coin attached to you.
You also lose invisibility.
I would, yes.
Yeah, so when you take damage, you lose invisibility.
The only reason why we're not doing the whole armor thing right now is because you have to at least take 1 damage. So, yeah. So 18 points of acid damage in the form of as you ah.
Hold on a second, Frog. I have a question. Wouldn't my longbow of warning triggered whenever we were around there? Because it warns me of any danger around within 30 feet of me.
I mean,
This magic weapon warns you of danger. While the weapon is on your person, you have advantage on initiative rolls. In addition, you and any of your companions within 30 feet of you can't be surprised except when incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep. It just says this magic weapon warns you of danger.
Basically, you have it's basically to help you gain initiative.
Yeah, you have advantage on initiative and all that jazz.
And we can't be surprised.
Correct, but this is not you. This is definitely him, and it's not a surprise more so than he grabbed something and.
Okay, I wasn't sure with the whole warns you of danger since these would have been dangerous.
So at this point in time, I'd like everyone to take their tokens off the board.
Uh-huh.
As I initiate. All right. I would like. Oh, this actually, I don't want that there because we're going to need that space. All right. So I'm going to draw a circle. For sake of simplicity, these little walls that I'm drawing right now, they don't exist, okay? Because we're going to need the space. We are going to say this little square would represent the altar. So please place your tokens in reference to where they would be as we were previous.
Where would you say I was at since I had mentioned stepping... I don't know if I'd went all the way to the tunnel since you said it was kind of far back. But...
Yeah, I'll say you're right there. That's fine.
Is anyone else having problems with the grid at all?
You need okay. The closer you are, it goes invisible, so you can see. So scroll back a little bit.
Gotcha.
To see the grid a little bit better.
Because I know even when I like adjust the camera to like top down, it disappears.
Yeah, top down makes it go away. Just put a little curvature to it.
Gotcha.
Let me change our music because it's gonna matter.
Oh, Frog, since we've been resting in town and stuff, would we have gotten temporary HP from getting full rest?
You're going to need it. Roll, let's just say a D10. Add that to your temporary.
Why is it adding shit? Oh, that's a 20. This one. What?
All right, team.
So let me get this right. Damage cannot be reduced to 0 by AR, correct?
Correct. You got to take some sort of damage. All right, team. I'm gonna go ahead and start putting enemies on the fields. This may be a moment.
My temp HP bar won't light up anymore.
Do we roll initiation?
Not yet, but you can go ahead and get that set up because we're gonna go into initiation.
Oh, I was looking at it on the wrong side. Kane, don't forget you have advantage.
I'm gonna go get some food,
Okay.
so I'll be right back. Okay.
Me and you both have advantage on initiative.
Did I lose one?
I can't. My temp HP bar is black for some reason.
Once you close it and rotate it to where you're looking at the front of
Okay,
the
yeah, I
thing,
got it. I
pops
got
up. I thought mine was fucked up too at first.
Hey, we don't do initiation rolls anymore. Roll 20, right?
You still have to
Yeah, we
update
do.
your token.
Alright, initiative rolling.
I thought we don't roll on roll 20 anymore for initiative.
To
I'm in
get, to get your
danger.
number, you do.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
20. Okay.
Kane,
Man,
what's your deck score?
you just had to touch the coins.
Okay, so I go
I'm
before
a
you.
dwarf, man, and I'm broke. I've been broke.
'Cause we both rolled a 21, Kane.
But we were actively saying all this crap radiates magic.
No, he said only the book and that did. Right? That's what I
The
heard.
book, the altar.
And the candles. I didn't hear
Yeah.
anything about the coins. That's what I was
That
Yeah.
doesn't mean the coins are magical.
Yeah. But yeah. I'm a
I'll
dwarf who's been broke and living on the streets until you guys gave me a room, so.
All I'm saying is that there are enough swords in there for us to make the Thirsting Dark Excalibur Mega Genesis sword.
Whatever the fuck that is.
Boy, all right.
All right, everyone got their initiative going?
Here, I'll link it.
Thermal, I'm no longer buying you booze.
We might not have enough time to finish this combat, but let's see what we can do. If we stay focused, we might be able to get through it. So, rolling initiative. Aw, mother fucking Hubbard. Tell me I turned them on. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. They're all on. At least I hope they are. All right, rolling initiative in 3, 2, 1. Cross your fingers. I'm a little rusty. Huzzah.
Kane, you're not on there.
What?
So,
Yeah.
I'm not on there.
Yeah, Kane and y'all don't have initiative include selected.
Okay, try it again.
how long have we been doing this?
Over a year.
We've had 2 weeks off.
We've had 4 weeks off.
If Frog,
Yeah, this Thursday table hasn't played in a while.
for reference, how tall is this room?
Let's go with 30, 40 feet.
Okay.
But it's natural cave,
Yeah.
so it's crevices, and it's not like a flat roof. All right, everyone
All right.
on there?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn, Usus, that sucks for you. All right, cool. Asher, you see Thermal. Nah! Shit! As his hand begins to just drip small amounts of blood through these 18 coins. I say 18 coins, but in reality, we're treating a lot of these coins as like swarm tokens. So we'll go. So, but you know, flavor-wise, 18 coins are just gnawing into him.
Okay. How far back would I have to step to be in darkness? I'm trying to do some shenanigans.
I see that. 1 second.
Trying to get advantage.
Let's just say that line right there.
Oh, totally doable. Because first round of combat, I have 40 feet of movement.
Get it.
And I'll go ahead and take the 2 guard points that I get for not spending the other 30 feet of my movement.
You're absolutely right.
Bonus action, first level Hail of Thorns.
Big boss time. What's going on?
And by the way, I think guard points suspend them. You use your reaction, not bonus or
Yeah.
action.
It doesn't use any to spend guard points. It said on the sheet.
Oh, did it? Never mind then.
Okay.
It's a free. Yep.
Okay, I stand corrected.
So I'm linking Hail of Thorns. And I am going to shoot this coin sword. No, I'm going to aim at the armor right here. And I'm going to take a shot at it
Sure.
with my longbow. And I have advantage since I'm now invisible in the dark.
Get it.
And it's my magic longbow. 28?
Shocker.
Alright, so this will do a D8. I also need it to make a DC 14 dex save. It and everything within 10 feet of it. Or sorry, within 5 feet of it.
As you
to
hit,
take-
as you hit the armor,
Yeah.
I put on the wall what it generally looks like as the armor begins to open up, showing these teeth as these little pseudopods start to flicker as if they were tongues. And it kind of screeches a little bit. The shield opens up, and whatever, I guess he has a hammer in the picture, but whatever the armor's holding in his hand also begins to show this toothy-like features.
Okay. I'm going to use... So,
And hold on, you said dexterity saving throws by everyone within
in everything within 5 feet of it.
5 feet. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 creatures.
Basically everything touching its base.
Give me a moment because I have to manually roll many of these.
And I'm going to go ahead and use my Piercer feat to re-roll the 6, or the damage. See if I can get a little bit higher. 9. Awesome. Hold on one second. Because
All
I think
going
something's
going from this one and going across. That's a fail. This one is a pass. This one is a fail. This one is a fail. And that one is a pass. So this one and this one pass. So how much damage do the failures take?
The failures take 8 points of piercing damage from the Hail of Thorns exploding. Did the main target succeed? And if they passed their saving throw, they only took 4 points. And then...
One thing at a time, 1 moment.
Alright.
Okay, the failures are done. Let me do the passes. All right. Sweet. How much damage did the armor take?
So, did he pass or save his...
He didn't even check yet.
Yeah.
Oh, he passed.
Okay, so then he'll take... I also get to, with the fighting style, since he's more than 30 feet away from me, I believe he's more than 30 feet. Oh, yeah. I get to add my proficiency bonus to this, so that would be another 3 on top of that. So he will take 16 points of damage from the initial hit. Grog, 9 plus 3 is 12. Plus 4 is
Fat fingered.
16. So the initial hit, he takes 16 points of damage. And then I'm going to attack again with Dread Ambusher. A 18 to hit.
Absolutely.
Sweet. And this one will deal an additional D8 because of Dread Ambusher. I wish I would have saved that. So 5 plus, so 10. Do I get to add that every time I make an attack? That proficiency bonus?
Yeah, it's part of being a longbower. Yeah.
All right, cool. So then he'll take, that's 13 points of damage again. And then final attack with my extra attack. And this is all into the armor.
Yep.
28 again. For 11 points total. It's
Incredible. As you just lay into this suit of armor, and every arrow you hit with it, it just morphs and it begins to scream and yell. Every other inanimate object outside of the altar and book begin to quiver and rattle and rumble and move and vibrate as they all start to show similar morphs in that regard. The coins begin to come alive and start kind of bouncing in your general directions. Would that be your turn?
Yeah, that's everything I can do.
Kane.
All right. Kane. Oops, that's the wrong person.
Zoe, who should I kill tonight?
Yeah. Kane will move right here, I guess. Hold on, let me. Oh, okay. Let me get back. Yeah, he'll move right here. That's
okay.
And hold on, let me try and find what I'm trying to do.
I would say don't expend all of your resources. I have an idea.
I'm not going to spend all my resources. I'm trying to find the specific rule. I'm trying to find the cleave through rules for 5e.
Oh, I would have dropped concentration on detect good and evil. I don't know if the 10 minutes had been up yet or not, but
make sure I can do this because basically I can make an attack and hit a number of adjacent creatures together, and I'm
for the cleave, it requires a two-handed weapon.
I do have a two-handed weapon.
Okay. Yeah, you forgo 2 attacks to do it.
I got 2 attacks.
Yep. So you do one
so
cleave.
you just make one. It's just one attack roll, and you use the same damage and attack for all 3.
Okay, how many creatures am I hitting?
Well, what's the limitations of your cleave? Is it every adjacent?
It's 1 plus 2. So the initial target plus 2 adjacent.
Okay, how many adjacent targets do I have here?
3 that you can hit. Unless you have a reach weapon, I'm guessing.
No, I got a great sword.
oh fuck, we get to see the new greatsword.
Yeah, I got the Giant Slayer. Did we change the damage on that?
I honestly don't remember. I would have given you the numbers right then and there.
Because I know that the...
Oh, you're talking about because of the new weapon stuff? Yeah, go by whatever the great sword would be for that.
Okay. Also, I'll use the bonus action to add my blood.
You
My
regret that?
die.
Awesome.
So lightning appears around the sword. And so I'll go ahead and make the attack roll against the 3 things in front of me.
Get it, boy, get it.
21.
Yep.
Total damage. 23 damage.
23 damage as you cleave through Coin Swarm, Armor, and Coin Swarm?
Yeah.
Technically, you have a little small sword here as well.
Well, can I hit? I can only hit 3 things.
You only hit 3 things? Okay, I didn't know. All right, so
Yeah.
bang, bang, and bang. All right, fantastic. And all 3 of them get hit because their AC is definitely not that. And you said how much for each?
23. Yeah, let me do my D4 for my Hemocraft.
You cleave through and coins go boom, just splay off into the distance. The armor gets chunked through the shield as it severs one of these little like venom tongue looking situation and gets cut clean off. The next, as you kind of continue your golf swing hit, slams into more coins which kind of fly off towards Grognar's direction. Would that be your turn?
That's it.
All right, next up we have Thermal.
Okay,
Currently
I'm gonna-
with things stuck to your hand, and I'm gonna say that's this unit right here. This target
Okay.
is currently stuck to your hand.
Would I still be able to grab my weapon with that hand? Or?
I mean, they're just coins.
Is he
so
grappling it?
Technically, okay. So as far as rules go, yes, you are grappled and can use your action to escape if you wish.
Bonus action, I'm going to Giant Smite, turn into a large creature.
Okay.
Do it. Do it.
And then for action, I'm going to Cleave. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to actually Action Surge first.
Okay.
No, sorry. I'm going to use my action to enlarge to turn into a huge creature.
Okay. You are. Oh, you want to go one up further than that?
Yep. It's huge.
How tall are you?
I mean, I'm only 5 foot normal, so.
So let's just say.
So, how big is a huge creature?
I mean, is that
20
good?
foot tall is how tall he is now.
All right, cool. So you got like 10 feet to ceiling, basically. All right. Wow. You're a
And
big-
then as my action surge, I'm going to use the Cleave.
So what's your range? I don't
I
know
have-
if your size.
I have
Gives
10
you-
feet because I have a halberd.
Oh my god. But you only get three targets, though,
Yep.
right? Okay.
So the 2 coin swarms and the small sword.
All right. Get it. Roll that attack.
Grognar, terrified, trying to dodge the blade.
17.
Will absolutely cleave through. Now, what do you get a penalty for the additional ones?
No. It's
It's
just,
just
the, it's
17
the
for
same
each of those.
Yeah, it's same roll and same damage with the rules.
All right. Roll your damage.
I get 3 roll 1s and 2s, so let me see if I have any of that. I do not have 1s and 2s. So that's a total of 17 damage.
Please hold.
I love Therill. Dude. Look how much space he takes up in front of me now, dude. Oh, this is pretty beautiful.
Does Action Surge give you your extra attack back as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
So yeah, I just used my action to enlarge, and yeah.
Sweet.
So you cleave through coins and they just shatter across the way. Just bing, just totally just whip them across, man. The sword itself with the large clink. I'll even show you a really cool picture of what that looks like when that happens.
Hey, Thermal, doesn't it being enlarged give you an additional D4 to the damage
Yeah,
as well?
it's included in the Giant Smite one.
Okay.
So the sword goes from what's on the left to what's on the right on the wall.
Ooh, nice. Okay, and that'll be my turn.
All right, beautiful. Coin swarm. I'm gonna have to do this so I know which one it is. Someone please just make reference to the coin swarm.
This one right here.
Beautiful as this fucking thing. I got a big ass dwarf in front of me. Odds or evens, Grog?
I like my odds.
You like odds. Unfortunately, I rolled an even. So, Grogner, what's your AC? AC?
My EC's 14, AC 19.
Well, I will also be hitting that one, Frog,
Oh,
with my Sentinel feet.
okay. I thought it had to leave. Oh, it entered your threat range, right?
No, because with Sentinel, because he's attacking someone who isn't me.
Okay, and when you just bop it with the halberd butt
Yep,
end?
the halberd
Sure,
itself.
roll your attack because that happens first, I believe.
Hitting him with the halberd. 15.
15 hits.
And I get
That's
to re-roll that 1.
Yeah.
So let me get through that real quick. That was on the D4, okay. So that'll be a total of 13 damage.
With the blunt side?
No, I get to use the regular halberd with it. The blunt's a bonus action during my turn.
Incredible. Yeah, you smack. Now, each coin that you splat, you're literally crushing these itty-bitty mimics. And they're just sticking. They're dead
Actually,
bodies.
Frog,
Go ahead.
My mistake. Take 5 off that. I don't get giant smite on this one. My mistake. Sorry, I'm learning yet. So.
Got it. These baby mimics are just
8 damage.
smacking. So each one of these coin stacks that you see represent 100 baby mimics. Little coin shapes, gold coin mimics. And each time you squash them or they just stick to you. They're dead, but their corpses are like attached to your weapon and everything. So right now you have roughly 17 plus 25 coins stuck to your halberd right now. Would that be that? Yes, that is your turn. So now, Grognar, as this coin swarm swings at you.
I cast shield.
Doesn't fucking matter. As these coins just lunge towards you, and you're like, ah, ah, ooh, ah, and you're just kind of like dodging and stepping around them, dodging every single one of them. Anahel, you're up.
So I'm back here. I'm gonna kind of start flying, and I'm gonna kind of generate this this silvery orb in my hands, and then I'm gonna push it out, and I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians.
Oh my god.
And I'm gonna kind of start here, and I'm gonna kind of fly. I can only get to about. That should still hit it. Yeah, well, I'll fly to right here. And it's 15 feet out from me. And I'm designating all my party members as not being affected. And they all need to make wisdom saving throws.
Alright, Spirit
Do I
Guardians.
get the small gem? I do get the small gem, yes.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, fucking 8 wisdom saves.
Wisdom saves.
All right. Note to self: next time I use swarm tactics, I want to at least have the roll 20 character sheet for him. All right. How many did I say? 20 or 10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 10 looks right.
All right, so I'm going to go from left to right on my screen. So I'm going to start from here, and I'm going to work straight across. So gem saved. Armor failed. Buddy, can you please wait 1 second?
I'm gonna roll the damage right now.
That's fine. So I'm just going to flip up the upside down the ones that passed. Gem, or not gem, swarm, he passed. I'm sorry, guys, I'm going as fast as I can here. That's a fail. Coin swarm you, that's a pass. Coin swarm here, that's another pass. Doesn't matter, actually, that one doesn't get hit. It's this one that needs to save, and he did. Oops. Boom. Small gem here is a fail. This fucking coin swarm next to Grognar is a fail. Yes, I see the sword. I see the sword. Is also a fail, and I think, yeah, he's just in there. 16 plus 17. What's your DC?
It is 14.
14, that's a pass. All right. So all the ones that are upside down is a pass. What is the damage report for the ones that failed?
14. Oh, that will be 14 damage for the failures.
Okay. Boom.
Do the saves take half damage?
Yes.
Oh man, not this coin.
How fucked up is the armor?
It's pretty bad.
It's taken 54 points of damage.
More than that.
Oh yeah, his cane hit it too, didn't he?
All right. And what's the half damage on that now?
7.
God, I hate AoE. It's okay, because I go next.
For quite some time. Keep in mind, I reduced damage by 14.
That's
They
pretty
have to
sexy.
repeat their saves on their turns, too.
On their turns, not the end or at the beginning of yours.
It's that if they start their turn within the area of effect, they have to start making saves or take damage.
Yep.
Dude, that is a disgusting fucking spell, dude.
I know.
Yeah. Spirit Guardians is one of the most powerful cleric spells.
I can't wait to get it.
That's ridiculous, dude.
I was really hoping that they would all die, and then I just kind of like sweep around the whole room and clear out like all the minor enemies, and then we just fight the armor.
A lot of these coins have incinerated in holy fucking fire.
Okay.
They squelch and scream. They pop. It's quite horrid.
Is it like popcorn? Popcorn?
Sure, it's like popcorn.
You mean popcorn?
All right. Do me a favor. Can you flip upside down the tokens that I'm marking right now? Ready? So starting with not this one, but this one.
Done.
This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. Oh, you guys are so fucked. This one. This one. This one.
Oh,
This
no,
one. And this one. Alright, so those are the ones that get to go. Alright, I'm just gonna have them go all at the same time because what am I looking at?
The entire room? -4?
Well, and minus the ones that have died.
Because Kane did a fuck ton of damage with his sword.
Alright, sorry about that. Alright, here we go. So, we'll start off with the most terrifying one first. This really hurt suit of armor shaped mimic wraps its motherfucker around.
Whoa.
Well, yeah, it's gotta take some damage first, you whore.
And
Oh my god, it
attack of
fails.
opportunity.
I'm not done moving yet. What is the damage on that? I just fucking failed it.
17.
Still alive, but barely.
Is it blood or whatever?
It is well below half health. It's under 25% health. Shit, it's under 10% health. As, fuck you, Kane. It's going for you.
But did it?
No, it's
Did
within
it
5 feet of you.
Okay.
It's just the way the tokens are.
Okay. Yeah. I see. I'm not seeing the grid properly. I had to back up. Okay. Yeah. Go for it.
I'm just trying to see how many pseudopods it gets per attack. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm doing this manually, so I'm sorry.
You're good.
You wanted to throw a mimic hive at us.
Yeah, well.
All
All
Let's
right.
just have our nice house.
It is going to first thwip at you with this long, lengthy tongue. Well, what looks to be a tongue. For a 18 to hit.
That passes my AC. So
So it hits. No blocks, no reduction.
Yeah, no blocks, no reduction.
All right, I'm just gonna have to. For sake of time, I'm just gonna roll in fucking and roll 20. So its damage is 14 points of bludgeoning damage. It then lurches forward with its shield and the teeth that come to gnaw down on top of you. It doesn't do much at all as you kind of stab back at it, and it kind of lurches back as you parry it away with your blade. Lucky motherfucker. However, it says here, subject to adhesive trait. So, the tongue, even though you take your hit, it seems to be stuck to you, and you are officially in a grappled state. All right, that takes care of that guy. Next up, oh my god, burn, baby, burn.
The other armor?
Yeah, let's stick with the other armor. How about that? Who doesn't have to make a fucking save.
Yet.
You better not step in the circle. Or no, he doesn't if he moves into it.
Does it enter and exit my range?
I only put it down so I can see how it only has 20 feet of movement. 1 second.
Oh, and an affected creature's speed is halved in the area.
I'm trying to find a way to fucking get through this and actually have the range to attack.
When it enters the area for the first time.
You know what? I'm not. That one's not going yet because I don't have a space to go to. So we'll just do the coin swarm here. So, all right. Save. Try to do this fast. It's 13. That's a fail.
That's a fail. Damage is 17.
Dude, that's so fucking stupid.
Bye-bye.
Still alive, still coming strong as it lurches forward to Kane. As all these little itty bitty coins start to jump up your leg. What is the difference between the sizes? Is there anything different? Okay, so for each size, it's just a -1. Alright, so 15 to hit.
That is within my ECAC range, so
Okay,
I'll
so you'll
get
get
armor.
damage reduction on this one here. So the damage on this mimic. Yeah, I'm not doing this manual bullshit anymore. I'm gonna buy the books going forward.
Which book is it, if I may ask? Because I might own it.
These,
Armor negates it.
You gotta take at least 1 damage. As you feel just munching, you feel it crumbling, blah, blah, blah. But you only get nibbled for 1. However, they are stuck to you. And then that takes us to the next one here. So fucking wisdoms, this is so dumb. 17 is a pass. That's still half damage.
6 damage.
You're so gonna die. You're gonna die. Oh, dude.
It's okay, and hell, I have spell slots. I can bring you back to life.
I'm pretty good at stamina.
That is a natural 20 on that.
Okay.
On what? To hit me?
No, not to hit you. You're in the air. I can't hit you.
I'm the target.
Alright, small is...
Okay, literally everybody I think is within the circle except for maybe Eustace and definitely not Asher.
No, I'm hiding in the dark.
Yeah.
I'm not
for
completely in the circle.
13 points of bludgeoning damage as you have coins sticking to you as well. Once again, you are effectively grappled by 2 different things. Small swords going next. Go ahead and I gotta save. 14. What's your DC?
It is 14. So that's 8 damage halved. Or 16 halved for 8.
This sword is barely in mimic form anymore. You see its basic true shape. How high off the ground are you in health? Just 5 feet?
5 feet, yeah.
At disadvantage, this thing's gonna try to jump up and whip a pseudopod at you.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. He fucking misses your EC as it just flops to the floor. Next up, small gem. That's a pass. Give me half damage.
Holy shit. Shit. Can't do math. Is
9.
it rounded up or down?
Always rounded to your benefit.
Okay, so it's 9 damage.
This
Rounded to
gem
the-
is now this gelatinous muck situation, having a hard time holding its gem-like state. Who's going to swing at Grog? Oh, that's another nat 20.
That would have been 10 points of damage. You rounded it to your advantage. This was a 19.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I reduced the damage by 14 because I have shield on still.
You gotta take one, Grog.
I know.
Oh wait, I had temp HP.
Yeah.
I just increased my max because I'm using all 3 of the bars.
You take 1 point of damage as this gelatinous, what once was a solid gem, just kind of like sticks to you and is barely holding on.
Just a wet slap.
So fucking dumb. All right, so the other sword is a fail.
Alright, that is 15 damage.
As it incinerates instantly. These ones are outside your little fucking circle, but this small sword is just inside of it. Who's almost dead and fails. He's dead. Don't even roll damage.
Oh, okay.
That sword just incinerates and turns to a pile of goo wrapped in holy fire. Okay. No more saves. Here we go. Swarm.
Unless they enter.
Yeah, once they enter, they get.
Spirit Guardians. It's how you break your DM.
It's alright. I'm going to have some fun next time. Alright, these coins... these coins are bringing it to Groggy. That is an 18 to hit.
That's within my ECAC.
It doesn't matter what I roll, you're going to take 1 damage because there's no maximum on that one. Yeah, so it'll just be 1 damage with your armor reduction. Thwack. Damn, dude. Awesome. I guess armor does work, man.
With
alright.
shield, especially.
Yeah, dude, no doubt about it. So that takes care of that one. This gem and these fucking things aren't the most intelligent, so I have to fucking play it like it would. As it enters your Spirit Guardians, it makes a save, yeah?
Yep.
That's a pass. Give me half damage.
It is 6 damage halved.
And then begins to swing at Grog, which is a 21 to hit.
Still within ECAC.
1 damage to you. I'm not going to bother rolling it because there's no way a d6 plus 2 is going to get further than that. Coins. I'm going to make more saves. It's just going to come into here because it can. Save is... Oop, that got stuck on the wire. That's a fail.
11.
Is it dead?
Just a sad shake of the head. So good.
Swinging at Grognar again. That's a fucking crit fail. These coins just in fire. Ah! And they just roll to the floor. Not quite dead, but not quite focused on the prize here. These coins move in. Fucking. They pass.
I'm just waiting for Eustace to
That's,
throw a
I
fireball.
will tell you,
That's a
Frog,
3 for that one.
since they are a swarm, they can occupy the same space as other creatures.
Yeah, I know, but as if the map isn't cluttered enough. Alright, so swinging at Grog, or not Grog, it's a fucking, doesn't matter. Crit fail again, as they're just kind of like screeching in holy fire right now as they enter the Guardians.
You're just fun.
We know where it is, so you can keep it in its
Yeah,
safe space.
it's fine. It's going out towards Grog, but it would technically, because of its size, enter the Spirit Guardians, and that's a fail.
8.
I'm rolling like crap.
These
Grog.
last couple rolls have not been
21 to hit.
ECAC?
I gotta remember.
Basically, you hit.
It's
Tackle
2d6.
These guys have two different things here. So 1 second. All right. So just remind me.
Can it deal more than 15 damage?
This one, I guess you're right. I gotta do it one at a time because fucking ECAC. That one was 12 damage.
1 damage.
1 damage, fuck you. This is actually gonna pass your ECAC. This is a 25 to hit.
Ah, dang.
That's about one.
Rolls minimal damage.
Have they already gone through your temp HP?
So
Oh, I only had one.
That bite sinks into you for 8 points of piercing damage, and you just start to feel digestive juices start to just encapsulate that entire area for an additional 2d8 damage. So you're looking at 16, 15 points of total damage. Fucking something. And because he's technically just, yeah, whatever, he's right about there. All right, next up, fucking Grognar.
Grider, please move out of that spot if you can.
Okay.
You want to cast Fireball,
Since
don't
I
you?
have no Fs to give. Hey, Frog, can you give me a 20 by 20?
Oh.
God! What are you doing?
Can you give me a 20 by 20 as I'm casting Shatter at 3rd level?
Oh.
On yourself?
No, not on myself.
No, it erupts from a point of his choice. Each creature within the radius.
All right, there's
Better
your
not
shatter
fucking
spell.
hit me.
That coin storm looks like a good choice.
If it hits the rock, it can cause a cave-in, though.
It's not hitting the rock, it just
we'll play
avoids
it by
it.
ear. We'll play it by ear. It's fine. All right. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's too far out of the circle for me to say yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6. Technically, this guy's over here. Well, no, he would be 1 square up. Roll me a D100. If it's above 50, I'll give you the shatter on the armor.
It's an 8.
Alright, so no armor on this round. I'll just move him back just to get him out of the way. Okay, what am I rolling?
Con save. DC 13.
Their constitution is actually their best modifier.
Yep.
So, and you said what's your DC?
13. They should basically
Alright,
almost all pass.
So this one is a pass. I'll flip them upside down to signify that. That is absolutely a pass. To signify that. This one in here, oops, the one that has a shatter literally on his head is a fail. The small sword is a fail with a 13. Wait, is a 13 a fail?
It's a pass.
Pass.
Okay, cool.
Beat it, beat it.
And then these two small gems over here. Small gem number 1 is a pass. Small gem number 2 is a pass. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, they all fucking pass except for the main one in the middle.
Ones that pass take 6 damage, and the one that failed takes 12. I rolled really crappy.
Why don't you explain what happens while I do all the math here?
So it looks as if Grognar will chant a spell in Orcish, and then it looks like a book opens above the coin storm that the spell originates from, and then that ear-piercing screech just explodes from the point of origin.
The blade shatters and crumbles to pieces in this just gooey kind of like just like gelatinous goo. The gem itself also deflates and passes away, and the other gem itself vibrates a wee bit in this, and now I gotta separate this fucking spell from the statue. Yeah, I don't like the shatter graphic that's here. I might just do a regular old
Circle.
whatever.
Got it.
Thank you. Yeah, just pull it to the side for me. All right, cool. Would that be your turn, Grog, or are you planning on moving?
I grab the book, and I'm going to 5,
Out of the circle.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
That's not on the grid.
Is it not?
It's not. There you go.
All right. So
Thank you.
as you pull this away,
I should take 5 attacks of opportunity.
yeah, but they're
These 2 coins, this coin, this small gem.
coins. So how many coins in total? How many objects? Because they all have the
3
same.
swarms, a small gem, and an armor.
All right. So one. All right. So 1 hit, 1 miss, 1 miss, 1 hit. So that's 2 and 2, and 3 hits. So take 3
I'm
points of
with you.
fucking damage.
Oh,
All right, cool. So as you peel the book off, the candles go, and I don't believe anyone has any more light sources going on at the moment. So those who without vision, dark vision, you are in natural darkness at this point in time, unless you can come up with a light source. Would that be your turn, Grognar?
yep.
All right, coin swarm. Can someone mark these coin swarms so I could do absolutely nothing? Those 2 right there. Boom and boom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's do the one that has to make a save first.
Hey, there we go.
Fucking fail.
16.
I rolled a nat 1.
Does it get to roll on the table?
And the other one was where? Over here. Not
It was
in a
this one
fucking
here.
circle of death. I love it. It's
It's
gonna
about.
it's gonna bring it to the big giant in the fucking room. And not hit anything because I rolled a 7. So Eustace, you're up.
I
Bring it
cleaned the
Bring it
table
out.
for you.
Bring it out. Let's speed this up a little bit, man. We got things to do.
I hate to do that, but y'all are all in darkness. If you don't have dark vision, you can't see.
He has a light on his foot.
I have a light on my forehead, don't I?
Oh, okay. I thought y'all.
Yeah, he has 30 feet of light on his forehead.
How long does that light cantrip last?
That can last for up to an hour. And I don't have to keep concentration if you're worried.
Oh,
Okay,
dear
I was
God.
just making sure.
He should
There you go,
have
uses.
Jeez, you don't want to hit Kane, or do I?
You can move it 5 feet backwards.
Trying to
Hey,
target it. I just
Hey,
can't
hey,
move it.
hey, Eustace? I'm
I
okay if
didn't
you
put
hit
it
me.
there.
Keynes, you said what?
Eustace, I'm okay if you hit me. I understand.
If he hits me, there's gonna be trouble.
Well, okay, see, I'm right next to Annahale, so
Yeah, move,
yeah, that
I can't
That's up to you.
target it.
you
nah.
can move it further back so that way it doesn't hit.
I mean, you can make it so it gets
the middle.
like
Hover your mouse over the middle.
Move back one more cube and you wouldn't hit them.
You won't hit them there.
Yeah, you will.
no, he won't. You ain't getting us.
Look at the square around it. It hits y'all.
Yeah, the square is not the radius.
Oh, okay. All right, that's what was fucking me up then.
Now that hits
Now
us.
it's gonna
Yeah.
hit us.
How many extra people am I hitting by doing that, though?
A lot, actually. You hit every single
Yeah.
creature except for like 2.
Yeah.
But you also hit Kane, Thalia, and Thermal.
In their defense, they're also at full health.
I don't think I hit
Well,
Thermal
Kane
there.
did, but
And they
Yeah.
get a chance.
actually,
to
you're not
save.
hitting thermal.
Yeah, I have like less than 2% of his token in the fire.
That's. Oh,
Dude, don't waste a fucking spell. It's literally gonna be over in a few seconds. All of the things that are in my thing, once my turn rolls around again, it's gonna significantly dull things down. Don't use a fucking fireball.
We're all gonna take a long in-town rest anyway, so.
I don't care. That's like a stupid thing.
Let the boy play with his fireball.
I'm gonna send that right there.
What's your DC save?
15.
Oh my god, really, dude?
15 dex.
Yep.
My dex is terrible.
6 coin swarms.
Alright, so we'll start from the guy back here. That's a fail. Coin swarm there. That's a fail. Small gem here. That's a natural 1. Coin swarm here. That's a 6. Coin swarm here. That's a 12. That's a fail. Coin swarm there. That's a freaking 13. That's a fail. Coin swarm here. A 6. That's a fail. Coin swarm. I don't even know why I tried. 5. Okay. Roll your damage.
27 damage.
27.
AoE spells break frog.
This one is dead. Fortunately, these coin swarmers maybe do tiny damage, but they're pretty hardy. I don't see any other ones that die from that. Alright, let me start doing some numbers here. How much was the damage loss?
27.
27. Useless, quick question. Are you going to use Fireball again, or can I put it back in the bag?
What do you mean use fireball again? What?
After this turn.
I got a feeling that there's only going to be 2 things left after I get to go again, so I probably won't use fireball again.
Alrighty, well I just DC'd. You ready?
Okay, damage is done from the fireball. I'm moving this little fucking thing out of here.
Shoot.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yes, it's my turn.
Alright, mark that, and mark that. Thank you. And where was the other one? That should be 3. Oh, there he is. Okay, I see it. Thank you. Alright, we'll do a small gem that's inside the Guardians now. And that is a 8, 9, 10. It's a fail. Roll damage.
8 damage.
He's gone and dead. As it incinerates, as your guardians smack it down in holy wrath. This fucking thing is pushing inwards. Enters the guardians. Unfortunately, kind of has to. With an 18 as a pass.
So that's 9
8 points.
damage.
Yeah, 9.
Okay, we'll send it towards the giant fucking dwarf with a 16 to hit.
That is my armor class.
1 damage, because there's no way I'm going to be able to reduce. What is your armor reduction, just so shits and grins?
6, but I also have 2 guard points if I need it.
6 does matter, so go inside. You take 1 point of damage. Alright, and then this little small doodad is going to swing on down this way and do the exact same thing and miss you with an 8, because why not? Alright, cool. Next up, Asher. Round 2.
Alright.
I'm gonna be honest. I saw this going some other way.
This armor has my buddy Kane grappled, doesn't it?
It does.
Well, it needs an arrow in its face then.
I agree with
Isn't
this
it
statement.
being grappled also technically grappled?
Do what?
Both parties are technically grappled, yes.
So he gets advantage on the shot, right?
I already get advantage because I'm invisible in the
okay,
dark.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that works too.
Well, now you have super advantage,
Yeah, you have
Right.
which doesn't do anything, but it matters.
Dirty 20.
Yep, hit. It's only got 13 AC. It's, how do you kill it?
12 damage. Just seeing whatever, like, mouth is open, he just lets loose an arrow into it.
Absolutely. As the shield gets basically severed off of its hand, well, what looks like a hand, the whole creature changes shape to its kind of pseudo-normal form and just melts to the ground.
Kane, you good?
Yeah, good.
Alright, sorry, buddy. How are these coin swarms around him looking?
Around his legs and ankles and knees.
Oh man, are they looking like bloodied or whatever the thing is?
Well, each point of damage that they take basically kills one coin. So one pile looks to be in the 50 range, the other pile looks to be maybe in the 60, 70 range.
No, they'll probably die with Anahel's next turn. Fuck it, I'm gonna expedite the process. I'm gonna target this one right here with another Hail of Thorns with my bonus action.
Get it.
And then extra attacks in the arrow.
Get it. Dude, just do the attacks first, we'll do the Hail of Thorns after.
Yeah, I'm just linking it so that way you know what the save is. So 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
15 points of damage from the action from the regular arrow.
Correct.
And then another 6 on top of that, plus everything within 5 feet of it makes a dex saving throw.
Alright,
Does that include me?
they both
Sadly,
fail.
yeah.
Okay.
The DC is only 14.
Oh.
Which
Ah!
do I need to make one?
Oh, never mind. That should have
No, you're not within 5 feet of the target.
Oh, okay.
I targeted this one in the back.
What's the Hail of Thorns damage?
It is 6 if they failed, or 3 if they passed.
Definitely failed.
Does my AC come into check?
Absolutely, it fucking does. Absolutely.
Well,
Well, I'm sorry, no, because
No,
it's
it's
a
just
dex
a save.
Yeah, it's not an armor hit.
Okay. Well,
Did you fail the save?
yeah. I didn't.
Sorry, buddy.
It's
So
okay.
you'll take 6 damage. Did my main target pass or fail at save?
Oh, my bad. I rolled fucking 5. You failed.
Alright, so then he would have taken 21 points of damage, the main target.
Incredible as you blast. So as your Hail of Thorns enters this little pile of coin, goes ping, and just coins flip everywhere and stick to the wall and everything.
Alright, that's it. That's
All
my
right, Thermal.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kane. I apologize. Sorry.
I'll attempt another cleave maneuver.
Get it.
10.
Ooh, that's not a 10. That's a nat 1, brother.
You know what? I'll use my inspiration. 24.
The audible grunt.
That is
hates
a
this.
total. That's a total of 13. 8 slashing, 5 lightning.
I worry about the crackback from Frog. that's sort of
Let's hope he takes it out on the other Thursday table, not us.
that's still me.
That sounds like a
Oh.
you problem in that case.
The elevated threat is his punching bag. All right.
As you cleave through, one of the piles just turns to goo under the force of this giant Slayer blade, cleaving clean through. Your piles of coins are down to but a mere handful.
Are you still grappled?
No, he's not.
Right.
Will that be your
Well,
turn?
That'll be my turn.
Thermal.
Okay, are any of these 3 bloodied over here?
And I got 2 guard points.
No, they are not bloodied. They're all above 50%.
Okay, I will cleave all 3 of these then.
Which 3? The coins or?
The 2 coins and the gem.
Okay, got it. From here to there. All right. Cleave away.
23 to hit.
Absolutely, as your halberd just. I don't even think you have a halberd. I wouldn't even call it a halberd anymore.
Oh, I get to re-roll my d10.
Absolutely.
The 1. So.
18 points of damage.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I don't really like this gem too much, so I'm going to use it the butt of my halberd to hit it.
Destroy.
That's a nat 20. Roll that 1.
I got to re-roll that 1. Hold on.
And the 2, right?
And the 2, yep.
Oh, too bad. It's a 1 again and a 4. So 5 plus 9.
Wait, there's a 2 on my d10. And then that 5 there, so let me re-roll that real quick. Oh, 1 better.
Yeah, total damage, please.
Let me do the math, sorry.
15.
15?
Yep, 15.
All right. So as you cleave through, you pull back with the butt end, and you just go squish, and that gem is literally like stepping on a toad with all your might.
And that'll be my turn.
Absolutely. Fucking, I don't even know which coin swarm this is.
It's this one here.
Oh, I save. I rolled a fucking 12.
That's gonna be 12 damage there, buckaroo.
Yeah, the hell, you are definitely gonna be Frog's major target from now on.
Okay. It is gonna do its natural instinct to try to eat, like it matters on the big fucking guy, but that is a nat 20, so there's
Hey,
no.
Frog, can you link me the Twitch channel again?
/frog187.
/frog187.
I'll put it in the general just in case.
Sure, that would make it a lot easier.
So, nat 20. What the fuck is this?
There you go.
Thank you.
Why did that say 0 successes?
You did.
Oh, because equal 4. Well, whatever then. It's 7 plus 4. What is that? I got 11 damage.
I'm gonna use 2 of my guard points to reduce it by 6, using heavy guard.
Yeah, 1 point of damage.
5? No, you said 11, right?
Yeah, 11 total, but you have your natural armor reduction, right?
No, it's nat 20.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I apologize. So yeah,
5.
5 points of damage. Nice. As these things are just munching on your fucking Achilles tendon. So that's all I can do. Annahel, your turn.
So you made
Yay!
literal ankle biters, Frog. Is that what I'm hearing?
Like I said, I saw this going a whole different way.
So everything. Oh, wait. When it enters the area for the first time or starts its turn there. So actually, nothing happens on my turn. I just.
Yeah, nothing happens on your turn.
I am going to move to here, though.
Okay.
This
Taking
one
this one
entered it.
out
Yep,
of it,
this
but
one
everything should still,
technically
except for
entered.
this one. This one technically entered?
I'm okay with that. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm okay with
alright.
that.
Alright.
Let me guess.
And,
Roll less than a 10. Watch. Oh, I rolled a 16, 17. All right, cool. I
Okay.
passed. Finally.
That's 5 or 6.
6 damage.
Boom. Got it.
Okay, and that's it.
That's your turn?
That's my turn.
Oh my god. For realio?
Yeah.
No spiritual weapon?
Yeah, no spiritual
No,
weapon?
I'm
Shut the fuck up.
concentrating on this spell. I'm concentrating on this spell.
Spiritual weapon isn't a concentration.
Yeah, spiritual weapon isn't concentration.
Oh, I
It is
passed
now.
anyway, so-
Strongest for this combat it is no more!
Alright, someone mark these for me real quick. Swarm. 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 Armor.
I don't think I really need to mark the armor, but thought I might as well.
Alright,
Well, the
so...
armor's gonna go, but it doesn't.
Well, these
We're-
4 from left to right, I'll flip them over if they pass. From left to right, that's a fucking natural 2. That is a fail. This one over here, that's a 15, 16. That's a pass. Huzzah. This one right here is a natural 2. That one's a fail. No, I want them turned over so I can...
Okay. Well,
and then this one here is a 14, 15. He passes 15?
Yeah.
Alright, so what's the damage report?
So 16 total. Half is 8.
I know this one is 16. And it was this one?
No.
Yep.
Oh, that was the one? Thank you.
let's go, Casey. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Kick their asses.
And what were the half damages now?
8.
I just sent that into one of my D&D discords with buddies on it.
I see you
This pile of
smiling.
corn-
Kill them.
There's only like 8 coins left in this pile as they struggle to stay together.
Oh god.
Alright, is it my turn still? Shit, which were the ones? It was this one,
this one here, and then these 2 over here.
Alright, cool. Here we go. So, 1, 2. So, 2 towards the big fucking doofy guy. That is a 20 to hit, and a nat 20.
Okay.
Oh crap!
20 to hits?
Yep.
It, like, hits, or reduction?
Yep. Hits.
Hold on.
Alright, so I'm
You're
just
doing
gonna roll flat damage for all 3 combined. Cause 3
Coin
hits.
swarm? Did you roll the saves for the coin swarm?
Yeah, that's what we just did, isn't it?
That was. Oh yeah. Sorry.
No, you're not. Don't lie to him. You're not sorry for what you did.
Combined total 22 damage. Alright, and now this 2, that's going to be 1 to Kane. Alright, and then this one has to go as well, I believe.
Yeah.
So 2 to Kane. First attack is not a natural 20, but a dirty 20. The second one is 21.
Both hit.
Both hit full?
Yeah.
Don't worry, Frog. I'm the only one that can have an AC above 20.
Combined is 16 damage.
Okay.
As once again, these coins just jumping up on you, they're biting in little crevices of your armor or whatever openings in the leg padding you have. And you just feel them munching into you. Absolutely. So that takes us to... Did the armor go? Armor gets to go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hungry, and it's totally gonna make a save, and it's probably gonna fucking fail.
Well, actually, Frog, as soon as he gets 10 feet from me, I get to hit it.
Make a hit.
And it might stop. If I hit it, I stop it. Nope, I don't hit it. That's that one.
All right, and we'll get to your nat. Well, I'm not gonna give you a nat 1 on a fucking reaction, but its save was a 3, so that didn't happen. So how much damage?
That's 11 damage for it.
What a dumb spell, dude! It's so irritating as a DM.
Yeah.
Oh, you love it, Frog.
Oh, dude.
Man, thank you for gripping them up, by the way, for me, Frog.
Swarm of beholders.
Alright, so that's as far as it gets to go, but it's within a reach of 10 feet. It is going to go for Kane. A pseudopod for 19 to hit.
As a reaction,
Okay.
I will cast Curse. I will use my Curse of Bloated. Curse of the Eyeless. Excuse me.
Can you give me the abridged version of this?
Basically, I'm gonna roll a Hemocraft die. And basically, it takes that as a negative to its attack.
Okay. So I said, what was it, a 19, I believe?
It's amplified by taking some damage to do it to all its attacks, and that's what I'll do.
Okay.
So
So
-1 to all its attacks.
18 to hit, and then the second attack is not going to do it with a 10.
No.
All right, so did the 18 hit you? I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right, this the pseudopod thwips in your direction. It will hit you for 2d8 plus 4. $12 points of bludgeoning and acid damage.
I use my reaction to move my arcane ward onto Kane to give him 16 temporary hit points before the attack.
All right, you have 4 temporary hit points left.
Oh, okay.
Grognar, you're up.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Remember your ring of spell storing.
Yep.
Is that where you want it?
So, yep.
Right. First off, the altar shatters. That's the first thing that happens. And that's just rock and cloth goes everywhere. We'll just do it this way. We'll start off with the armor. Save. What's your DC? I rolled an 18 natural.
13.
Alright, so this coin swarm is a nat 1. That's a fail. This coin swarm is a 12. That's a fail. This coin swarm is a fucking 5. That's a fail. Fuck this die. And this coin swarm is a 17, which is a pass. Cool.
I like that die. You should keep using that die. It's a great die.
So
11 damage to the ones that fail, and 6 to the one that pass.
Yeah.
And you said 11 to the fails, yeah?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, coins just get strewn all over the fucking place. And this is actually fucking gone. Boom! As these ones just erupt. It's bad, man. It's bad. It's just bad.
And using my bonus action, I'm gonna put Hexblade's Curse on the armor.
Sure. Would that be your turn?
And 5, 10.
As you move in. All right. Honestly, Eustace, just go. just go, Eustace.
Fireball?
Did I get a chance to learn my flaming sphere yet?
Yeah, absolutely. We handled that in the very beginning.
I don't know if it's an AoE attack though. I think I'm reading it wrong.
No, it's something. It takes up a space, and you can move it around the battlefield.
Yeah, I just got a fireball, dude. People need to go to bed. I'm trying to hit his all these things right here.
I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. Just because of the time and at the rate this fucking battle's going. I'll make you a deal. I'll let you cast a fireball. But everyone in this battlefield that's within this range here will be succumbed to it. And have to make the save, but it will instantly kill all the mimics.
Whew. Yeah, dude. They're 27 HP. I could kill Kane right now, dude. I don't.
Actually, I still got some temporary HP left, so that's technically 31.
I think I can get like a 40 damage on a fireball if I roll right, though, dude.
I mean, we have enough spell
Oh,
slots.
yeah.
We could bring you back. You won't die.
I could get you back. Actually,
Okay.
I can't. 'Cause I don't have a diamond.
You should do it. I don't care.
I
Do
don't
it.
have
Do
time.
it. Do it. Do it.
You can't flat out kill Kane. He can
Oh,
just
gee,
knock
I
Kane
just
down.
said a 29, dude.
Oh, I had.
So he sent
Okay.
it. Everyone, every player in that circle, give us a dexterity saving throw. Beat a 15.
Okay, hold on.
No, thermal. Oh, good thermal saves.
Oh no, I take full.
Oh, my.
Okay, so I will take. Okay, so
You actually survived with like 1 HP or something.
two HP. I survived with 2 HP.
Anahel also takes the full hit.
And I have to do a concentration check.
No, you don't. Mimics are done.
He's just killing all them.
Yeah, no.
Frog's like, y'all are getting.
Why draw out something that's just not going according to plan? Absolutely. And I'm not gonna even bother saving these tokens. It's just gone.
Yeah.
You're gone.
On my turn, your armor would have had fun. I was gonna invoke my fire rune on him.
As you know what, Eustace, that was the killing blow. What did it look like for everybody to see?
I just raise my hand up in the air, throw my normal black hole in the sky, and out comes this tiny little, this little tennis ball, and it just slowly, then it just flies down. It's super fast and just massive explosion.
Boom.
That book better be worth it, Grognar.
In closing, as the fireball engulfs, you just see like charred masses of wet flesh just sizzling, popping. The air in this area is just nasty, mixed in with the humidity that's down here already. As Grognar looks down at this leather-bound book.
That is now singed.
Nope, not if it's carried or worn. It can't be singed by fireball.
And not only that, it's also magical. Nevertheless, guys, I'm going to close the curtain at that point in time. While we are down here,
On right before we close, Anahel's just gonna wheel on fucking Eustace, and we're gonna freeze frame right at this point here.
Frog, I have one question.
yeah.
Last session, like a month ago, I had ordered 20 arrows. I will total of 40 arrows.
Yeah, they all came.
I got 20 up front, and then the 20 was like the end, so I would have
Yeah,
had. Okay.
that's fine. Yeah.
Sweet.
Go ahead and place your tokens in your fucking trays.
1 second, I got a heal from Hexblade's cursed character dying.
Oh man, we had a whole fucking chat going on, and I didn't even see this.
I'm a
Nah.
s-
I apologize for my friends spamming.
No, it's okay.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
wanted to.
Yeah,
I got somebody in too.
he was trying to bribe Casey to kill us, and he get a magic weapon in another game.
and
Yeah.
to take his shirt off, which would have gotten us banned from Twitch.
Casey, Grognar, do me a favor. Give me an Arcana check.
Arcana check? Already. A 9.
Please hold.
I'm assuming we're going to go back into town and sleep.
Who likes Goat Ramsey, by the way?
Do what?
Gordon
Who likes
Ramsay.
Goat Ramsey?
Yeah, that's my goat.
Yeah,
I
Goat
need,
and
I
Ramsey.
need to jump off quick. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no, do what you gotta
He is-
do. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens next session for you, buddy.
I gotta be up at 1:30 for work. So
Ribbit,
yeah.
enjoy.
No worries. Thanks.
All right, so for everyone else, as you look down at the book, Grognar, you know, you are certain it's magical based on what you've witnessed, but can't quite place its benefits or curses. Who knows?
Um,
I
Actually,
attune to it.
well, hold on. We're not quite done yet. Eustace, able to look at the book. I know you're proficient with Arcana and stuff. So what is your Arcana check?
I'm gonna use inspiration.
Sure.
Can I cast guidance on him?
25.
Plus a, plus a D4.
25.
Do you roll that or do I roll that?
Well, you add the D4 to it. 27.
27.
The book itself has a feel and look as what I just placed on the wall. And I will link in loot chat what the item is that you've identified.
Before we leave, I am going to tap Kane and pump a second level Cure Wounds into him since he's got 2 HP.
HP.
In this particular book, Fate you've identified as a +2.
You get
Based
16
on
hit
what?
points back, Kane.
Based on what I just linked to you.
Never mind. It goes to Eustace.
All right, guys. I know that was an abrupt ending, but it was getting kind of late. And let's be real, you guys fucking beat the shit out of that. That was not supposed to happen like that. But you know what? I'm happy it did because you know what? You don't get many easy fights like that. So, cool. At least we were able to test out the new armor system as well, and it seemed to be annoying.
Hey, real quick, while we're on the subject of rules, what's the rule when like you have attack that leads into a grapple, but you miss your roll, but you still hit as a grazing blow because of the new system? How do we handle that going forward?
Good point. Because like the armor suits, if they hit you, they could grapple you.
It's an
But if,
instant
like, you-
grapple, though. But you're right, because it wasn't a hit. It was just a glancing blow. Does it
Yeah.
still grapple? Good question. I'll get back to you. Good question, but I'll get back to you. I don't have an answer for you at the moment. I'll have
And I thought of it because of the coin like biting thing, but it wasn't really a big deal in this fight, so I didn't bring it up.
Grog,
Yeah.
there's an extra coin just hanging out right here.
Oh. Oh, my screen. Oh, yeah. Look at him. He's just chilling. Fuck that dude.
He's just floating right there.
Take care, y'all. Don't
Yeah.
have too much fun.
Yeah, man. Sweet
Hey,
dreams,
Casey.
guys. I'm killing the
Yeah.
stream now. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Toodles and shit.
All right.